It's worse and even more better with international production, such as a production that took place last year by a UK company called Voltage, that shot here a reality show called Tempting Fortune. Group of youngsters from the UK were here from all the way from Fish River all the way to Grahamstown. Over that period, they were staying in the forest, in the bushes, beautiful places here along the river all the way to Grahamstown. But at night, they were exposed to very beautiful, glamorous, glitterous life of clubs and pubs. But the one that saved the most money during that was the one who was a winner. It was produced for Channel 4 in the UK and Australia. But what it also does, it also exposes in the UK and Australia some of the beautiful places that someone would identify and want to visit one day. So with that, we see complementarity in the film industry as well as tourism. With much investment and focus in film industry, you see benefit in tourism, with much communication and facilities being made available from the tourism side, we see more production coming into this Eastern Cape. So each feed into and off each other. So that's the beautiful coexistence that we're seeing between the film industry as well as the tourism industry. But I just want to do some reflection that from the inaugural event that took place here in Makanda, we saw a number of developments taking place. We had one graduate trainee appointed by Trace TV on an internship program. That graduate, met Trace TV on this platform. So for you, the young people that are here, it's not in vain that we are here today. We are here to listen to what is out there in the market, but it is also an opportunity for your career path. You don't know what's going to happen from here. That's why we don't have, in the value chain of film industry, we don't have only one aspect of it, be it production, distribution, marketing, finance. They are all part of this film festival to give you an opportunity, depending on the need of one. You will always find someone you need to grow your talent, but also help your business, maybe as a filmmaker, scriptwriter, videography, and so on. So we're bringing that platform here to give you that opportunity. We had 5 graduates supported to participate in a Mendoza biopic that is in partnership with the National Film and Video Foundation. And again, those negotiations started from this festival, this expo, where an opportunity for those 5 graduates who participated on the production of that biopic. Mr. Zuko Nodada was the one who was training those graduates. So it's both an opportunity for a career and also a business opportunity that you're getting from this platform. Partnership between NFVF in where we rolled out 2 masterclasses on script writing and producing in Kumcha and Bizana in the Pondoland area, the eastern part of this province, where we are making inroads in encouraging youth to see the film industry as an opportunity. We've known agriculture as an opportunity, we've known tourism as an opportunity, but now we're introducing the film industry as an opportunity in these areas. So we are continuing to rolling out. We've got 6 districts in the Eastern Cape and 2 metros, and all of those areas are being covered in our quest to increase the footprint of the film and video industry in the Eastern Cape. We've already issued out a call for the new financial year to get new application for film producers. We've got a very good stories and production, to take out there. to apply for access to this incentive that we have in the Eastern Cape, which is called, I'll talk about that in more details later on. It's called Eastern Cape Film Investment Fund. We received 16 applications. They are being assessed, and I'm sure in August we'll start working on those that are successful in terms of that call. And we continue to establish and strengthen our partnership. We getting into an MOU with Impuma Kapa TV. In that partnership and collaboration that we have, we are opening up more avenues to source our local content and provide an outlet for our local content from our young and up-and-coming filmmakers. It's an exciting opportunity, and we've identified exciting, stories, to tell to the South Africa and the world, and we are hopeful that this year we'll see more of our production getting an outlet through that partnership. We continuing to strengthen our partnership with MultiChoice towards a number of productions, reality shows. We strengthening and continuing to see more participants and beneficiaries in our partnership with the National Film and Video Foundation through skills development and master classes. And NFVF has provided a commitment of 3 years to support this expo over the next 3 years, to continue providing these opportunities to those that benefit from these opportunities. We are collaborating with the Film and Publication Board around classification, and also targeting youth in training them in the management of use of social media, which we think it's very important. So these are the subsequent benefit. We continue and strengthen our stakeholder coordination support in the film industry with our partners, Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture, and ECPEC, to ensure that in the value chain, development transformation is supported. Also, commercial production are brought together with development to make sure that there is continuum in the value chain of film and television industry in the Eastern Cape. We've got an MOU with ECPEC, Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Culture Council, which is an entity of Department of Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture. We are planning this year to continue. We had a studio that was established at the Fish River Sun Film Studio. We, in partnership with one company, we're putting together Soapy Studios, but there were disruptions that took place. But thanks be to the provincial government that provincial government still committed resources to say, go out there, get, interested investors. We want this infrastructure to be present in the Eastern Cape in the development of this industry. We're looking for companies that provide hiring of equipment that are needed for productions in the Eastern Cape. This is an opportunity for young people, entrepreneurs, whether they're coming outside the province, but I will locate here to make sure that for production companies, all of those equipment are accessible when they're needed. We also focusing now on effective communication and marketing of the offerings that are available for those who want to participate in the industry. And lastly, we now are putting together plans for audience development, taking the bioscope back to the township and rural areas to increase the consumption of the content. And we're hopeful that this year, by the end of this year, we'll see more of that happening to increase. By those few words, I want to welcome you and encourage you to participate, identify opportunities. There is going to be a networking session throughout the program today and tomorrow. If you see someone presenting something that will make value and add value to your life, to your career, to a planned entrepreneurial initiative, please do that. My colleagues here, I've got plenty of colleagues, Azania, Nobulali, Songezo, and our event organizer, Rodsim, will always help you to facilitate one-on-one session, because that's what I would want to see happening more during the course of today and tomorrow. So with that, you're welcome. Thank you very much for the commitment that you've shown in coming to this event. Ngos.
Well, Mr. George, thank you so much for that, for being so informative on the film economics and giving a broad overview of what the Eastern Cape film landscape actually looks like at the moment. So we are growing leaps and bounds. This is the second time we are actually hosting this event, and already we see a lot of improvements. But what I want to say, in short, what Mr. George was talking about in the film economics is that filmmakers, what you need to understand is that you need to understand how a film value chains actually work when you do your productions, from the point of inception right to the point of distribution. Because what we have realized with the filmmakers, they do have content, but I don't sometimes think that people have a good understanding of how a film value chains actually operates. And in terms of funding, we use a film value chain as a yardstick to measure where people are in the film economics. Mr. George, thank you so much for actually giving us that broad overview of the Eastern Cape film landscape. Our program is going to be long. It starts from session 1 to right up to session 4. So, but because there are changes in the program, so I'm not going to actually go and give you the full program right now. But as time goes by, I will give you also what is happening. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we actually gonna call our greatest, one of our great stakeholder, which is National Film and Video Foundation, our keynote speaker this morning, that is gonna give us what they actually planning for the Eastern Cape. Miss Thobela Mayinje, over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thobela Mayinje. I'm the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the National Film and Video Foundation. And I'm very happy to be here today with our partnership, which has been grown from leaps and bounds from a very long time with the ECDC. And also for me personally, it's quite a special moment to be here, because most people who don't know, I was actually born here in Grahamstown. Yes. So who would have known that many, many years later, without really revealing my age, I would come back and be giving the keynote address today. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Just to check, will you be controlling from your end the slide? Okay, it's fine, I can do it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So today I'll be giving the keynote address. I'll be speaking, taking you on an overview of market shifts, untapped potentials, and the direction of the South African audio visual industry. Can you make it bigger? Okay, thank you. As part of my presentation, I will just briefly take you through who we are, what our vision is, objectives, and also take you through the background, and then delve into the market shifts, untapped potential, and the proposed way forward. We come from the National Film and Video Foundation. We are an agency of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and we've been created to ensure the equitable growth of South Africa's video and television industry. And our vision is to be a world-class development agency which is committed to nurturing, promoting, and protecting South Africa's film and video industry. And we also harness the strength of South Africans' diversity to transform our sector and deliver a flourishing audio economic visual industry for the benefit of all. As part of our background as the NFVF, we focus on 5 areas, which is content development, where we provide funding for content development and creation. Second one is the skills development, where we transform the ecosystem through capacity building for people from previously disadvantaged backgrounds. Thirdly, we also focus on marketing and policy support. Sorry, I think something went wrong there. Yeah. We also focus on marketing and policy support to understand the industry and enable to promote South African film and audiovisual industry. And then next would be our partnerships, the great partnerships, as I've alluded earlier, for example, the ECDC partnerships, and we've got a range of other stakeholders that we partner with. And these partnerships assist us to manage our local, regional, and international landscapes to support the programs that we provide. And then last but certainly not least, entity administration. Now this speaks more to the young dynamic individuals that you may not really know, who are behind the scenes at the NFVF, who are assisting to push the mandate that we've been entrusted with. So they ensure that we account as an organization in order to achieve our mandate. In terms of background, the audiovisual industry has been identified by the government as a key driver of job creation within the creative industry in South Africa. And the film and TV industry is seen as a strategic sector because it contributes directly to the economic development in terms of employment, investment, and export, but also it has a range of significant potential across the border value chain and other sectors within the economy. So the NFVF then has that responsibility to promote the development of the sector and advance transformation and promote access, equity and diversity of the industry, which we strive to do and ensure that there's growth within the industry. In terms of market shifts, the disruption brought by the COVID-19 pandemic has raised new trends, and it also has accelerated some existing trends in the film industry. Disruption and innovation in the chain. There's been change in consumer preference for content consumption, and this speaks to streaming video on demand, which is having a huge impact on the industry's traditional business model. And then in terms of the internet access for film distribution, looking at the over-the-top, which is OTT, video streaming, this is has seen a lot of growth influenced by mobile internet penetration, where people are mainly using their devices to consume content. And then moving to digital terrestrial television, which is DTT, it's a fast track to create platforms and content markets, particularly for producers. And film industry financing, this one has become more expensive and riskier due to the pandemic, as small operators are finding it increasingly challenging to raise their capital for their productions. This in turn then impacts the diversity of film content, especially in South Africa, where indigenous content has often struggled to attract funding for production. And then the recent trends in the industry have led to intense competition, particularly for viewers in respect of entertainment products, which include films. And understanding what factors influence film revenue is essential for filmmakers. And also, we've seen that this helps ensure that they make a more informed decision about their distribution, their marketing, and even what potential platforms bring the most revenue. And also understanding the key drivers of audience engagement is very important for film producers, as that is likely to be a determinant where financial success is concerned. And as an industry in the room, I think I'd like to pose about 4 questions to you just to ponder on. And the first one is, what do audience want? And are content creators and broadcasters responding to the need of the audience? Second one is, to what extent does audience research and trends inform marketing and distribution strategies for local content? Thirdly, is the South African viewership big enough to allow us to be local before we go global? And lastly, are we developing audience for South African content which is beyond television? Those are just the questions, even when we leave today, just to start thinking about, and I think they will shape us as the film practitioners to better understand our audience and how we can then sustain revenue moving forward. And then my next slide is focusing on VOD market. There's been a remarked shift in the number of video on demand, VOD platforms, available for producers, which has impacted traditional theater viewing. On my left, I've listed Amazon Prime, Netflix, Apple TV, YouTube Premium, MultiChoice Group, and Disney+. And what we've illustrated there, which is a source where the source of the graph is from Statista, Market Insights. It just shows the leaders within the subscriber by service. And I'm not sure if you can see it from there, but we can share the presentation with everyone at the end. But it shows the leader amongst these, and obviously Netflix is right at the top. And then again on market shifts, where movie theater market is concerned, this one illustrates the number of films that have been released from 2013 to 2022 on the red side, and the yellow reflects the revenue, which speaks to the same number of years. So this is the revenue which has been generated from all films produced between 2013 to 2022, and it indicates a relation between the number of films released and the revenue generated. Staying with movie theater, this one then focuses on generated revenue which is generated from all films released in South Africa between 2013 and 2022, as well as the predictions of revenue for 2023 to 2025, which indicates that the revenue for traditional theater viewing may slightly decline due to SVOD platforms which are increasing their footprint. And the source of the graph is NFVF box office report of 2022. This particular graph focuses on mobile market. So the mobile internet sector dominates South Africa's broadband market, and the broadband sector has been characterized by limited fixed infrastructure, slow speed, and high prices for fixed and mobile internet service, although mobile data costs have begun to fall. So nearly 9 out of 10 households are mobile only. Rising smartphone adoption will help to drive mobile internet access revenue. The source for the graph is Entertainment and Media Outlook, covers 2018 up to 2022. Moving on to untapped potential. So, as we've said, South Africa as television and video industry is a huge component which contributes to our economy in South Africa. And what we think is untapped is its value and its role in supporting livelihoods. And the resulting economic impact assessment, which we've seen, shows that South Africa's film and industry contributes significantly in economic benefits to the local economy in respect of jobs that are sustained, gross geographical products and taxation, employee and household income. While the industry, we've seen that it has a meaningful contribution, the potential to increase contribution is always hampered by challenges, which include limited public sector support, inefficient private sector support, red tapes, and this then stifles the accelerated development and growth of the industry. Continuing with untapped potential, looking into institutional arrangements. This now speaks to our key stakeholder partnerships, where we believe that we should continuously partner with different variety of stakeholders and strengthen those partnerships and formalize those partnerships. And then the second one focuses on intellectual property rights and reliance on grants or subsidy. We need to advocate for change of the IP laws to allow for filmmakers to own their IP from commissioned work and therefore have an avenue to create sustainable wealth for filmmakers. This will contribute significantly in ensuring that filmmakers are gradually weaned off subsidies. And the third untapped potential is support, incentives, and grants. Businesses working in geographical marginalized communities need to raise profile of film industry to stimulate economic activity, upskill people, and provide distribution should they be supported and incentivized by public sector agencies, which include film commissions and regional departments of arts, culture, as well as economic development. Lastly on the slide is training and skills development, which I believe personally is key as it is the foundation. What we think is untapped here is partnering with TVET colleges. There needs to be a provision of courses on the business of filmmaking. Business models, how to raise capital, how to run film businesses, incorporate structured skills development, so that there's also access to public funding and support. The next graph really is illustrating what I've been saying. It also gives you an overview just to understand that this sector is not just about shooting a movie or being in front of the camera or behind, but there's an entire business of filmmaking. And this particular graph was taken from Netflix Socio-Economic Impact Report of 2026 to 2022. Sorry, 2016. I'm ahead of time. And then in terms of way forward, the economic impact assessment shows that as much as we're a vibrant film industry, we contribute meaningfully to the economy, and we have a potential to make an even greater contribution Therefore, it's important to focus on those areas. Firstly, development of local content. The film industry affords South Africa the opportunity to develop local content and share their own stories with the global audience, with the support offered by key film industry agencies, departments, commissions, and broadcasters in South Africa, as South African stories then would be able to travel globally. Second one is continental infrastructure and funding. We need to strengthen continental infrastructural and funding arrangements within the African continent's free trade agreements framework, and this will ensure that the co-production treaties that we have put in place are fully utilized. Moving to marketing and tourism impact, film industry production in the country offers incidental profiling and marketing to the global audience of South Africa as a film destination of choice. This marketing also stimulates film industry-induced tourism. Film industry-induced tourism happens when film productions that have a wider audience reach entice visitors to the country or site where the productions are shot. And infrastructural development refers to studio facilities and ancillary infrastructure that is developed as a direct result of the activities stimulated by the film industry. This infrastructure ranges from film sets to equipments created and utilized mostly by the large co-productions and foreign productions. And then this infrastructure is then utilized by the local industry at a lower cost. I would like to pause there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Thobela Mayinje, for that great presentation on NFVF and what you stand for in the industry and what the Eastern Cape people can actually benefit from your industry. Thank you so much, Ms. Mayinje. That was a very great presentation, and I hope our filmmakers they are taking notes of what is happening. Sometimes it's very sad when our filmmakers they attend platforms like this and they don't take notes, and then as soon as we go back as being government officials, they say, please organize us a meeting with NFVF and everyone else. But everything here, it's been given to you for free of charge. All you can do is take notes, and after the presentations, you can actually approach our speakers and find out more on their presentations, how you can actually benefit using their presentations. A lot of things has actually been outlined here. You look about Netflix, the market study of where they are in the industry. She was talking about video on demand. Quite a number of things that were actually given this morning. Please, filmmakers, I beg you that you actually listen attentively and take notes and approach these people, our stakeholders, and take advantage of the situation, Well, without much further ado, we're gonna actually go to our session 2. Our session 2. Our facilitator is Patrick Walton in our session 2. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Just a short intro. I'm Patrick Walton. I'm the chairperson of the Garden Route Film Commission and a member of the International Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, otherwise known as the Emmys, for which I've been a juror for almost 10 years now. So it was a very valid point that was just made. Our session is about co-production between countries, and specifically we're going to be focusing on Canada, the Netherlands, and Germany. We are limited on time, and co-production is a huge subject, as they will all attest to, but it's important to take note of this. If you have ambitions of working internationally on international films with your local content, working with international producers, this is a critical session in terms of how you go about raising finance and working in cooperation with other countries. So I'm going to ask Mr. Terence Kamalo from the National Film Video Foundation to kick off for us and tell us a little bit about the Canadian treaty, and then we'll move into the Netherlands treaty, and we'll then move into Germany. I suspect it's going to interlock quite a bit, but Terence, if you could take us forward.
Thanks, Patrick. Good morning. South Africa has got, 12 co-production treaties. First one was signed in 1997 with Canada. We've got one with Australia signed in 2010, one with France 2010 as well, updated last year. We've got one with the United Kingdom. We've got one with Italy. We've got another one with Germany. We've got two with African countries. The first one was signed with Nigeria in 2021, and then last year we signed with Kenya in 2022. Now, in terms of the Canadian treaty being the oldest treaty, we have realized over 40 projects within the treaty. Some of you might know Molofish. That was the first co-production that came out of the treaty. And so how we work is that or I should rather go into the background of what treaties are. It's an arrangement to collaborate. Think of a joint venture, but in this instance, it's film. So you're collaborating either with an international partner or a local, and then under the official treaty, so it's an official arrangement. It's 80-20, so it can be minimum 20%, maximum 80% financial contribution from either party. And with co-productions, it assists you to spread the risk. So instead of carrying the risk as the sole filmmaker or the financier, and then you have a partner who can assist you in spreading that risk. And then it also allows you access to your partner's market, so you also have access to other markets you would, under normal circumstances, not have access to. Now, with Canada, what we did is that we realized that we big, or we strong in terms of feature films, and we were lacking in terms of television, because we are limited from the South African perspective, our budgets, so we can't fund television series. So we used to fund TV concept. So we said, okay, so we need to have, over and above the co-production agreement, we need to have an MOU with our sister or our counterparts in Canada. So we signed an MOU with Canadian Media Fund. They specialize on their focus is solely on television. So and then we created a co-development fund. So this is an annual arrangement we have, and then the budgets are raised every year. It's a 50-50 split between the two entities. So every year we fund 3 projects from the co-development. So the requirement is that there must be a producer. Firstly, there must be a producer from South Africa and a producer from Canada. And then you need to spread the creatives. And as I said, the two institutions contribute, it's a 50-50. However, if there's a shift or there's a split in terms of who ownership, so the majority partner can go up to 75%, not more than 75% of the development budget. I must also emphasize, this is a development, co-development fund, not production. And then from the Canadian side, you also need to bring in 10% from the broadcaster. So that's a national Canadian requirement. And then we've got another co-development fund with the Netherlands Film Fund. So this one focuses solely on feature films. It's what annually it's 160,000 euros. So it's 80. It's split in half, or 80,000 South Africa, 80,000 Canada, the Netherlands rather. And as well, the requirement is that there must be a producer from South Africa, a producer from the Netherlands. However, this one we went one step further. So the South African producer applies to us with a Dutch writer. So we're creating what we call organic co-productions. So the Dutch producer will apply with a South African writer, so that we tell each other stories, and then they are both involved in the development of the story. So you don't have one overpowering the other, or you don't have an arranged co-production. You have a natural co-production. And the Netherlands one is we entering into the third year. We've approved already 8 projects from the two rounds. And we'll be announcing the dates for 2023 in Durban, so I'd encourage all of you to come down to the Durban Film Mart in July. So we'll be announcing this year's dates. And then within that fund, we also have workshops, 2 workshops annually, one in South Africa and another one in the Netherlands during the Rotterdam Film Festival in January. So that's the summary of the 2 co-development funds.
And Terence, we could just go back on the Canadian fund. The qualifying television projects, what kind of formats are they?
We're looking at drama, we're looking at the children and youth, we're looking at documentary. Correct.
There is a big drive in youth, and looking at the Tuga, pronouncing that correctly?
Tuga.
Now that is looking more at feature films, I understand.
Yes, feature films only.
Okay, and in what genres specifically?
It's not genre specific, and you can apply on for any genre.
And it's my understanding both these funds are evaluated by the 2 entities involved, so the Canadian Media Fund with NFVF and then the
That's correct. However, the distinction is that with Canada, so you lodge the same application in the 2 countries. So what you lodge in South Africa is what you're going to lodge in Canada, and then we compare notes and see which ones we would go with. And then the allocations are the same. What we allocate in South Africa will also be allocated in Canada, so that there's no duplication or there's no double dipping. So the budget is the same. What you submit in South Africa is the same what you submit in Canada.
And then where can one get information on how to do this submission? Because obviously producers like myself know how to go about it. Maybe just briefly explain where you tap into this and how you do that.
Okay, so on the NFVF website, and then we'll also be sending out a call on our social media pages and our partners as well, and then they can also get in touch with us at the office, me specifically. I'll leave my details with ECDC, and then they'll distribute to the delegates. And then when it comes to Tutuga, how it works is that the Dutch producer will apply with their project to the Netherlands Film Fund, and then the South African producer will apply to the NFVF with their projects. And then what we do at the end of the evaluation, we'll compare notes. However, these are different projects, so the Dutch will tell us the projects they've received and which ones they are comfortable with and they think are going to work in the Netherlands, and then we'll do the same. We'll compare notes. We'll give them what we have received, what we think we are comfortable with, and then get their advice on what might work in South Africa this way, and then exchange notes. And then at the end of a process, we take those projects forward.
That's fantastic. And I think one of the key questions is, how long does one have to suffer till you find out the results of these kind of applications?
The turnaround is usually, what, 6 to 8 weeks.
That is actually a lot more efficient than it used to be.
Yeah, so we'll be announcing the dates in the next 2 months for
That's
both
fantastic.
funds.
Audience, if you have questions, if you can just hold them to the end, we will have a very brief Q&A session. I'd like to pass on to Bas van Ria to take us through a bit more on the co-production treaty. I understand you might have a QR code to show us in a presentation, if that can be brought up.
Not on screen. I have a presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, but you can scan the QR code at the very end, and then you can download that presentation to your devices. Yeah, it's right. I will put them on the table after this session if we go for lunch break. I want to tap into what Terence was talking about, the collaboration between producers and their directors, and producers from one country and producers from another country. Because if we go back to basic, the question, why co-producing? You must question yourself, why should I co-produce? Why must I co-produce? Well, the last 20 or 30 years, it became common in the international financing world for film that you would not be able to find your finance in your own country, South Africa or the Netherlands or Germany or Canada, but you try to find partners in other countries. With that will come more benefits on distribution, on sales, on which channels you can tap into to each of those countries, and co-production treaties facilitate that. If that's specific for those treaties Terence just mentioned, and the treaties either Germany or the Netherlands did established with a lot of countries. But going back to why co-producing, co-producing is actually a marriage between two people who don't know each other, and you have to do business. I'll give you an example. Just 2 days ago, I read that because of the strike in the United States, Mission Impossible 8, which is the last film in that row, which is to be shot at this moment, a huge enterprise, has to stop because of the strike with the writers. So all the co-producers involved in that particular project, they really need to be on the same page, because otherwise that project could fall apart. Co-producing is, like what Terence said, sharing your creative ideas on the project, how financially to tap into what the one or the other producer's network is, to tap in there, to travel around to various co-production markets. I'll come to that in a second. Co-production markets. Co-producing is a collaboration between two people or a couple of people, producers, who do understand and are willing to understand those challenges along the road, and that road can be very long. of developing films, producing films, distributing films, and finally looking back to the success or the not success of that particular production. In the world, there are a lot of possibilities to find co-producers, because often I get as I'm a film commissioner, the Netherlands film commissioner, I'm representing my country, I'm representing the producers in the Netherlands, representing them abroad, for example, on film festivals. I could go, for example, I am going to the Durban Film Market, and if there will be producers interested of finding a Dutch producer, I can help them connect with them. Like in Berlin, Berlin is a very known film festival, and alongside that, they have the European Film Market. That's an enclosed organization within the film festival where producers from all around the world can get access to by paying a fee for about 4 or 5 days. And then there's a tremendous amount of networking events, one-to-one meetings, which was said earlier. The one-to-one meetings are very important. They can only be 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It doesn't need to last for half an hour. It's about establishing contacts, exchanging those contact details, and then trying to find the right person for your production to collaborate with. I think that's a very important element of co-producing. And I don't know if you could share that with me a little, and then I'll take it back. On co-producing.
Yes. Just to give a little bit short information about myself so that you can make use of my experience if you would wish to out of this session as well. I'm originally from Turkey. I'm a Turkish national who lives in Germany. Born in Germany as granddaughter of guest workers, raised in Turkey, and then moved back to Germany. I'm a filmmaker, and I also produced films, and sometimes keep doing it. And I also at the moment have a feature film, which is in the development phase, which kind of went through the same route that Bas was just explaining. I participated in festivals where South African film industry was represented by the experts, and through them, me and my colleague producer, who's a German Senegalese person from Germany as well, we were able to be matched with local partners to bring this project to life. Sometimes I think it's more with the commercial or TV-driven projects that happens more than the independent movies. But sometimes people's aim is to just find a service provider when they come from the outside to a country, South Africa to Turkey, whatever. But I think, especially when you're doing an independent film, that means you really had a burning story inside of you that you want to share with the world. It means something to you. Then it only makes sense if that story is taking place not only in your territory but somewhere else. It only makes sense if it comes to life through a real cooperation. That means a co-production. And as he described, it is a marriage, it is a long road, there's a lot of ups and downs. So it's important to, I think, on one hand, choose the right co-producer who would see your material from their perspective as something that has to come to life, just like you do, and believe in it just like you do, so you get on this road together.
If I can just interject there, obviously we've got a lot of new filmmakers and emerging. Tackling how to go about finding that person in terms of researching and matching. Bas, maybe you'd like to respond on that.
Yes. Excuse me. As I said, I'm the film commissioner for the Netherlands. Patrick is the film commissioner for the Garden Route. Film commissioners are established all around the world. There are hundreds of film offices who do have film commissions in there. If you Google any territory like a city or a province or a country, you will find film commission leads, and film commissions are used to get questions like, I have this production, can I have, I'm looking into a specific country to work and to collaborate with, can I talk with you, can I establish a meeting? Nowadays we can do that through a video connection, Zoom or any kind of Teams or whatever connection you use. For us to try to find out what kind of production do you have in terms of, is it a drama, is it a thriller, is it a comedy, what are you looking for and why are you looking to my territory, which I represent, and what is the budget range, what's your, what's the experience of the director, so that we can have a feeling where the project stands, so we can try to find producers within our own territory to connect with you or to supply you with that contact details of 2, 3, maybe 4 producers in the first time. And it's often my advice, if we are allowed to send like 3 or 4, we do that, we will discuss first internally about what producers would be best for this or this type of production. Then I'm allowed to kind of send out those contacts. And I'm always saying, don't shoot to all of them at once. Visit their website, see their catalog, see if they produce films which are close to your project. Try to connect with one of them first, see how that falls out. If it doesn't work out, then you go to the next one which you think would be closest by. It's a very personal thing as well. Maybe there are several, you can have Zoom meetings, but you also can try to find moments where they go to co-production markets. You can always come back to the film commission of that territory, to us, saying, listen, this doesn't work out, or I have a problem with this. We don't know stupid questions. Every question is a valuable question for us, because we know that's a valuable answer to all of you. And even if you are a very early beginner in terms of I've never produced, I've never directed, and where do I have to go? The world is so big. We film commissioners are connected. We can connect you. I can connect you from the Netherlands with any other country film commission in either Asia or Latin America, the Caribbean, the US, Europe, a lot of African countries that's rising. But it's a personal trip, and that's what I'm very happy on the initiative together with the foundation here, that the Tutuka initiative is collaborating intensely together, bringing those couples of producers and writers together in either the Netherlands and in South Africa. That's basically you need to establish like, I don't want to use the word family because it's too often used, but you have to familiarize with your counterparts and feel comfortable and make what Dara said. There are ups, but there are also downs, and very often there are some more downs in a year's time, for example, and you have to be able to put your head on the shoulder, or to cry, or to shout, and to be devastated, or my project will go nowhere. That's not true, because that's a good moment to get another energy to go to the next step. I can continue forever on this one. But
Well,
it's-
I think one of the important things for of the people in the audience here, you know, we're talking big numbers and we're talking about large amounts of money. One of the key things is that you do engage one-on-one. There are various schemes and incentives that Terence can let you know about, whereby National Film Video Foundation, the DTI, have funding to travel to these markets that are being referred to. And it's a sea. Some of them have 14,000 producers at them. But if you do your homework, as Baz said, you're able to apply if you have a good project, and it's good to meet people face to face. And Daria, I'd like you just to mention a bit more about the German co-production treaty between our two countries.
Before that, may I ask, just so we also have an idea about our guests here, could you raise your hands, like how many producers we have here right now? And writer, directors? And other parts of the industry, acting or DOP? Nice to meet you. Hope to talk to you more. Okay. I have a presentation actually, which is long, so I'm not going to use it right now, which has the German-South African treaty, and then some more information about the fundings in Germany that a person from South Africa can make use of. I believe our colleagues at the ECDC, if you give your email, they could share that. They have that presentation. I'm not going to go through the treaty in detail because the mentality is exactly the same as what Terence explained about the Canadian one. The working is very similar. So, but the producer guests who are interested can go through the presentation. They can get through the organization. But I want to say a few things about, like, from a filmmaker's perspective. Let's start. What can you do in Germany? How can you get support for making your film from the German side? Other than the co-production treaty, which works when you have the project ready, and then you have your South African producer, and then you have your German producer, and they apply for it much before that. The biggest resource is, let's say, the Berlinale Film Festival. It is one of the biggest film festivals, I think, independent film festivals in the world. I think in Europe, we could say Cannes and then Berlin. It has a very big film market, just like it was mentioned. The film market works as a hub where producers, distributors, sales agents going through their very busy dealings with each other, but at the same time, they always have sessions about the workings of the industry, just like this one, and much more detailed as well. So that's one thing Patrick mentioned, and I think I just saw before I came here through the social media of the NFVF, it could even be open, this call for South African filmmakers to apply for travel to festival. It could even still be open.
Till the 3rd of July, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, like if one applied for that and they got the funding and then they make it to Berlinale, because it's expensive to travel back and forth, yes, and it's hard to finance that before you have a ready project that got development funding, which can be used for these things. So this could be a nice way to get there. Then if you are accredited in the industry side of that festival, then you are able to follow all the panels and discussions. And this is what I have done throughout my filmmaking journey. I aimed for the festivals and industry events that would be beneficial in learning for me. And at the same time, beforehand, I would always go through the program, see what topics are there, along with what participants there are discussing these topics. Could these participants, sometimes it's a producer from X place, and that producer has done the type of films that I'm also about to be making. So that would be a nice way to go up to that person, introduce myself, make an elevator pitch, as the Americans say. Like, it's always very handy to have 2-3 sentences, the most, ready in your mind about what your project is. And then it has happened with me. I made connections with people like that. Other than the film festival and its market, Berlinale Film Festival also has this Berlinale Talents program, which is aiming at up-and-coming filmmakers. And it's aimed for 14 different job descriptions under film industry, like along with the writer, the director, the actor, the producer, distributor, you have animation director, you have set designer, and so on. Like almost all, I think all the aspects of filmmaking are covered. And you can go to their website and see their requirements. And mostly these kind of programs are just looking for people, if you are the writer or the director, the people who show a unique voice, or if you are the partners of making of films, like the actor and the other divisions, like if you have been part in projects which has a specific voice, something to say, something different at least, then I would really strongly suggest that you apply to these programs. The Berlinale Talents itself is a one-week summit that has 300 to 400 people at the same time from all over the world. And it's also a great resource in that sense, where you meet, like, I'm a writer, I can meet a fellow producer, let's say. I'm a director, I can meet my prospective actor, and so on. So one thing is, in itself, it's creating cooperation with people from around the world. And there's an additional part to Berlinale Talents. It has, which requires an additional application. If you have either a short film project in development, or a short documentary in development, or a feature film in development, they have 3 different stations which you can apply with your project. And if you are selected during that 1 week of Berlinale, along with being able to make use of all the Berlinale Talents program, summits, like you have a discussion with Kate Blanchett, this, that, very rich and very nice. Along with that, there is this special program for you to work on your either fictional short film script, short documentary script, or feature film script. If you have, there's also the Berlinale Talent Project Market, which a producer can apply with the feature film in development. If you get selected to that, the duo of the producer and director participate. Again, there's this 1-week program which helps you develop further your project in terms of script and audience design and all those things. And in the end, I think there's 10 selected projects. They further select 3 out of those 3 projects pitch to public in Berlinale with all these financiers and producers, which gives them exposure and the luxury to put their projects in front of the whole industry without needing to chase people, email people, and so on.
So that's, we need to break away now. We have Mr. Yebo Koko from the River State Development Agency Nigeria on Teams. So we're going to come back to comments from our panel at the end and answer some questions. Do you want to rope them in now? Yeah. You want to continue for a little bit, yeah? Okay. All right, can you still hear? That's all right? Okay. Are we ready to proceed with the teams?
No, just 5 minutes.
5 minutes, that's fine. If I can come back to Terence just briefly. There are some clauses within the co-production treaties whereby one has to have experience having done one feature film, for example, on some of the treaties as a South African producer. How does an emerging producer work around that within that framework of the co-production?
The treaties are not restrictive. It might be the arrangements with, in terms of specific funds, but with treaties it's open to anyone, whether you are a new entrant or whether you're a new entrant or your experience. So there's no restriction in terms of entry.
Well, that's great to hear. And how would you suggest if someone has a concept or a script that they want to pitch, should they go the route of working with NFVF first on the development funding to get it ready for that co-production instance?
Obviously, with development, you have to go through the different phases, and with NFVF funding, the mainstream is that when you're a new entrant, you will not qualify for feature film funding. So you'll have to go through short fets, and then probably after you've done 3 or 4 shots, and then you can qualify to apply for your first feature. But the best way for a new entrant, I would say, get advice from experience or try to work with an experienced production company. But in the process, secure your rights, so don't give away your IP. Whatever contract you sign, ensure that should a relationship go sour, the script is still retained by you and not the production company. So work through the production company, and then get through other networks as well. They can always come to the NFVF, and then we'll guide them who to work with, or who can be of assistance, and then spread their tentacles as well in terms of a network, and not only look in one area. So try to find out who's experiencing what, and so that they have a broader idea of who to work with and what to engage with. And then in terms of the international forums, they should also not be afraid or focus on the forums we mentioned here. These are the main ones, but there are other smaller forums as well. So those smaller forums might be of assistance for them in terms of their development.
And Bas, I'd like you to comment a little bit. Obviously, one's talking about matching a South African producer to the foreign producer. Does the Dutch treaty allow for additional producers from each country to collaborate in order to fulfill the financial side of a production? So in other words, you might have 4 producers from Holland working within the same production treaty with 2 producers from South Africa. Does that happen?
Not until now. The treaty not necessarily needs to be used. It gives a lot of benefits, but I'm not sure if it maximizes the amount of producers. That's no.
It can be any amount of producers, so there's no limit to the number of producers on a project.
So that's a nice way, if you're trying to put it together, the package for sourcing funding, for collaboration ideas and resources for someone who doesn't have a large production company yet, for example.
And the German one, I suppose the Dutch and Canadian ones would also be like that, also allows in necessary cases a third country co-producer to be a minority co-producer in that project.
Thank you.
That's correct, provided that third country producer has or their country has got a co-production treaty with one of the 2 countries, either South Africa or Germany.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That is our session 2 of our program today. Thank you to the panelists for their information that they've given us. They were supposed to actually do presentations and then sit down, and then there will be Q and answers. So they will actually share their presentation after this session. We are now having teams. I thank you.
Mr. Koke, if you want to go ahead then and just outline for us about the opportunities in filming with Africa.
Yes, Mingi?
I'm here, sir.
Yeah, could you do me the honors? I have to give everyone's indulgence. Mingi, can you do an overview for like 1 minute? Let me tap into what you're saying again, please.
Okay, with regards to productions between John River State and South Africa, there are lots of opportunities there. I'm in my work for the River State Tourism Development Agency. And I think that outside the fact that we have a very high population and we have so much untapped stories, we have so much untapped region, we have so much untapped culture that co-productions can actually help, show Africa in a different light, and of course harvest the financial aspect of filmmaking, which is to make profit as well. Outside making profit, there's the advantage of cultural exchange, there's the advantage of technology being shared between, the African continent. So for the River State Tourism Development Agency, we've been really, really excited with possible co-production with Eastern Cape through. It has really, really inspired some of our filmmakers. We have filmmakers.
I think we've got a bit of lag there again. Let's just give it a few more seconds. There we go. Yes, we've got you back again.
We have filmmakers cut across most of our country, but there's the potential of just concentrating on filmmakers within certain commercial centers. For example, in Nigeria, we have the film sector booming in Lagos, and other states who have potential are not really connected to that center. So you see that Africa is making money from just the commercial centers and not spreading across other regions that have potential, have new stories to explore, have different cultures. So this kind of co-production within the African continent will actually help open up Africa much more than we are being portrayed, and of course, disperse the financial potential for filmmaking to other regions that otherwise haven't been captured as we are speaking right now, haven't been captured as we only concentrate on commercial capital cities or commercial centers.
Now, perhaps, Mr. Koko, you can just mention a little bit about your cooperation with the ECDC here in the Eastern Cape.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to sincerely thank you guys for being consistent with the need to have this bilateral conversation with the River State Tourism Development Agency. Speaking from the creative part, it's been a challenge, but right now, the creative economy has become a toolkit for sustainable growth. So I like what ECDC is doing, and they're trying to expand the horizon with specific reference right now to co-productions. Telling the African story, for me, is an authentic approach to doing things. And co-production, within the African hemisphere, guarantees not just the knowledge power of what the African story is, but as a sustainable toolkit for the filmmakers and all that is around the processes of making films. The River State Tourism Development Agency, over the period, has been itching, to have the government understand this part of what ECDC is doing. And I can tell you, like Yingi has said, that there are unimaginable opportunities to have this co-production in its entirety. If we have to come from the mythical part of our storytelling, which is really now that Americans are greatly involved in what they call Afrofuturism, where they're looking for the future of African story without knowing the authenticity of the African art. So you can imagine where co-productions can generate authentic stories that can be monetized, not even through the shooting itself, but just as a tool for productions everywhere. So if I look at it in an organic manner, without fumbling, a very organic way, we must think from the point of view that repeatedly the creative economy has now become a toolkit. So how do we concentrate on that area where the creatives follow the vision of not just a feel good, because that's what most people do, a feel-good art form as opposed to a sustainable art form that will grow wealth for people and for ECDC and River State going forward. So what I would say is we already have this idea, but it is for the government to understand, because those in power, unfortunately, still see these things that we do as a feel-good. I know that ECDC, you guys are, from what I've read, from what I have seen, you're a little bit more, agreeable to pursuing this as opposed to while we are, like still groping a bit in the dark, trying to make them understand that this is a very good, veritable tool for development. So I would say that, without, sounding like I'm fumbling, I'm trying to pick my words rightly. When you speak for government, you have to be a little bit more diplomatic with it. But having experienced the fact that I used to be head of production for African Magic for the whole of West Africa for Mnet, and then being a judge on the Nigeria's Got Talent show, and having schooled in Hollywood, I can tell you that the African narrative is bare as minimum, because the Africans themselves are not, they do not understand, unfortunately that's the fact, we do not understand the fact that the authenticity of African art and storytelling is what the world needs now. And what ECDC is doing is, if you have the capacity technically, and South Africans, you guys have the capacity, but we have to come back, in this collaboration, because when you collaborate, it opens up our countries, our states, and our communities into tourist centers anyway, and attract a whole lot of people coming into that space. So we must be very deliberate, because what we mean being deliberate is, the drill. Sorry that I have to deviate. Last 2 weeks, a South African company came into Lagos to do a shoot for my wife. My wife does natural hair salon. And there were like 25-man crew that came from South Africa, with some of the most amazing equipment that you can imagine in Hollywood. They brought them to Lagos. And why I'm saying this is the story they were about to tell was made through the fact that my wife has an authentic African story when it comes to the natural hair. And that collaboration, when I saw the shots, I couldn't even believe shot by shot interpretations of what they had to do. And these are the things that are lacking in our space here. Because if we bring this merger of South Africans or the Eastern Cape into River State, there are similarities in culture because we're Africans. There are opportunities, because we have young people that are so willing to embrace what we're going to bring in, as much as what we're going to give to you guys as well. And that allows for the restless young minds to put their focus on building a sustainable wealth through this collaboration. And what we need to do is, because we are experienced with behind the scenes, and the idea is it will become very deliberate, because once we are deliberate with releasing an authentic African story through the technical support systems that I believe and I know that South Africa has.
Well, Mr. Coco, I have to cut you short there. We had a few technical difficulties, but I think you've re-emphasized a lot of very important points that have been brought up here. Telling authentic stories, our stories, in our own languages, pushing that kind of agenda so that we can grow. And there is such huge room for growth. And the cooperation between the African continent as a whole is going to project that growth, and I think the ECDC is also going in that direction, which incorporates development and youth development and film development. that coinciding with our other speakers who are talking about the co-production opportunities. I think a lot of people think that it's out of reach, but it's actually not. There's so many success stories where it is. So I'd like to thank our panel for being here, for joining us from so far as well, and we'd love to have more time with you. Perhaps we can try and schedule longer or get you here. There's a few festivals happening, so I think you guys need to jump on a plane and come and engage directly. But I'd like to thank our panelists today, Terence, Daria, and Bas. And guys, thank you very much. And this session is concluded. You're welcome to approach the panelists to ask questions. And I believe there are a lot of hungry tummies in here, so we're going to break for lunch. Thanks very much, guys. Thank you for joining us. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Patrick, for this session. That was the second session for today in our program. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Focus from a Trace Studios point of view is that we create, produce, and we distribute content. And I'll start with the latter. The distribution part of content is one of the most important areas because it's the key determining factor to what is going to be sourced and what is going to be produced. So if you don't understand the distribution side, it's very difficult to understand what to make and how to make it. And distribution is kind of the teeth of the industry because when you're distributing content, you end up in incredible conversations with different platforms about co-productions, co-developments, pre-sales. Those words sometimes seem foreign to young filmmakers or new filmmakers, but to experienced filmmakers, that's kind of the model that is the present model around the world. So we'll unpack a little bit about that and how to start thinking about your content. And the first part of it is understanding what people want. Somebody mentioned it earlier, I think it was NAVF. You've got to keep asking, what do people want? What do audiences want? And what do broadcasters or streamers or platforms want? What are people watching? And it takes an incredible amount of research, and that's what we spend a large amount of our time doing, is understanding audiences, not just in South Africa, but across Africa. Trace's objective is kind of focused at the African diaspora around the world, not just South Africa. So we can see the differences and variations from the Caribbean to Cote d'Ivoire, to Cameroon, to Niger, to Kenya, to Southern Africa, to Mauritius. But we can also see the similarities in terms of storytelling and the kind of things that are working. And paying less attention to the type of medium, whether it's scripted, unscripted, animation, or docu or factual, we kind of focus on what is the emotional narrative under there. Can it relate to people in other parts of the world? If we had to dub this show, if we had to subtitle the show, can it translate with audiences around the world? Can it tell the African story? And will other people who are like us want to watch it? That's really the key thing. It's Africa's biggest challenge, and it's our continent's biggest challenge, is we want to be a big player in the world, but we have to learn to package our stories and tell our stories in a way that people who are not like us can watch too. Because then we have mass audiences, and that's kind of what the distribution game is about. So we are open for those dialogues. When we're acquiring content for our distribution team to take out to the world, there's very little curation. There's some curation on quality because there's certain quality standards needed. And the better the quality, the more platforms you can sell it to. But we're not really curating it to tell you whether your story is a good story or not a good story, or if it's the best story in the world or not. It matters less. The fact that you've made something, whether it's a movie, whether it's a short format or short biopic, whether it's a music documentary, whether it's an unscripted show, that's the important thing. If you've completed it, it is important because it means we can sell it to somebody. And remember, it may not be Netflix that buys it, but it might be a broadcaster in Cote d'Ivoire who's willing to buy a French version of that there. And they're not going to pay $100,000 for a movie, but they'll pay $2,000 for a movie. But $2,000 is more than that filmmaker today has. Right? Exactly. So that's kind of the model we're looking at. And right now we represent a large amount of content, especially from Nigeria and Kenya, and the French-speaking African to a Francophone Africa. I'll give you an idea where we sell the content to, so you'll understand what our MO is here. Our content goes out to streamers around the world. It goes out to free-to-air broadcasters around the world. It goes out to pay TV broadcasters, cable, and what many people don't know the word fast channels, but we put content onto fast channels as well. Fast channels are something that's coming up. You've heard a lot about streaming and on-demand and video on-demand and OTT, but fast channels are kind of linear TV in a way repackaged. It's advertiser-driven linear TV, which means it's very thematic. So you could have a property channel, and it has just hundreds of hours or thousands of hours of property shows repeated on there, but all the property advertisers kind of focus their money on those channels because they have a captive audience. For content makers, historically, that made no money. In 2023, that makes a huge amount of money. So you've got platforms like Otera and Pluto who are having great success with these things. So, I can give you examples of one particular distributor who told us that he was doing this 8 years ago. And he was focused on the property market and doing shows around property and lifestyle. And he said, you've got to try these fast channels and give us content for fast channels. And everybody laughed at him and said, well, it doesn't make any money. 8 years later, he bills around $200,000 a month only on his top 10 titles on fast. So that's incredible. 70% of the revenue goes back to the content owner, the content producer. So that's incredible revenue, but I mean, that's an extreme end of the success story. So that's what we're kind of trying to do, is getting into these markets. The other market we sell our content into are the airlines. Trace distributes its content into about 20 international airlines, which means people sitting on those flights can access African content directly. And what we're looking to put there is not just the high-end content, it's all types of content. Things that are authentic, things that tell very particular stories from different parts of Africa, that tell our stories in different ways, in a very authentic way. And people are looking for that authenticity, especially when sitting on a plane, I think. But it has to be translatable. That when we deliver that package, it's either dubbed, or it's either subtitled, or it's in a language that people can understand. So that's kind of what we're looking for. So the conversations we're having with filmmakers all over the country and all over the continent, and now the world, is how can we partner with you to get your content out? Is anybody representing your content? Now, one of the key things that somebody mentioned earlier was ownership of IP and holding on to your IP. That's the first step. If you can't hold on to your IP, the kind of deals we need to be doing are deals where you have some sort of control of your exploitation of IP. Now, understand those are two different things. You could own 100% of something, right? And you could always own 100%. But I'll say to you, I would like to share it with you. I want to sell it, but I want 50% of the exploitation. It means that you are still the owner of that IP, but on the money that the IP generates, we will share. If I stop selling it, I will stop earning, but you will still own it. So these are very important conversations. I don't feel there's enough of them happening in our industry in general for content makers to understand how valuable IP is. With the broadcasters, we can see there's an evolution and a shift in the thinking with some of them, in terms of being more open to that model and being open to different models, not just a traditional commission model. Lala's here from the SABC, and she will tell you that the industries are being challenged, so we're looking at more interesting models to try and make content and get content made. We can't depend on the traditional model of commissioning only to try and get content made, which means broadcasters are more open to discussing different types of ideas, pre-sales, licenses, etc., where in those cases you're kind of still holding on to your IP and you can still use it and monetize it in other ways, which means you can partner with us. So you can do a pre-sale with SABC and come to Trace for distribution globally, and both companies will work in complete harmony to be able to do that. Historically, that was more difficult to do, but it's completely possible now. You could also go to an advertiser to fund your content. And I had a session yesterday morning at the university with some students, and we had a long conversation about AI and about using social media and digital platforms. TikTok, as an example, has 1.5 billion followers on TikTok, or users on TikTok. There's not a single TV platform in the world that can give you that audience. So a young filmmaker who's 16 years old, who hasn't gone to Rhodes yet, or hasn't gone to any film school, is able to use their Apple iPhone 7, even for that matter. Right? Who's got an iPhone 7 here? See, nobody. But they can use an Apple iPhone 7, which has a fantastic camera and audio recording device in it, and you can make quality that is good enough to be successful on TikTok. But it requires commitment, consistency, and creativity. So, and what's happening with young people, and I know some of them, because we work with some of them, especially in the entertainment space, they make thousands of dollars because they've built followings on their own without us, without our input, without our advice. They build followings and they build content strains where they're able to make money on their own. To the point where if anybody knows who the sidemen are from the UK, one of the famous sidemen is a guy named KSI. He's of Nigerian descent. He's now a boxer, an entrepreneur. Has anyone drunk the Prime drink? Prime energy drink? Does anybody know it here? One taker. You bought it for your kids. But your kids, or you bought it for yourself? For you. So Prime, the drink, I mean, it's sold millions of bottles around the world. That's a KSI-owned brand. That's where it's come from. He's built such a big social media following that he's now competing with Coca-Cola, Pepsi, and Red Bull in terms of space in the fridge, because he's built a social media following that's created an economic certainty for him. And I'm saying the same thing to all of you sitting here. For those who are filmmakers and you're trying to make a movie it's quite a difficult thing to do because you need multiple funders in most cases. You know, you need support from the ECDC, you need support from the NFVF, you need all of those things, but you'll still need more support. And that final mile that you try to close in your production funding is always the hardest. And that's where we come in. Normally a funder will say to you, I'm happy to give you the funding provided you have guaranteed distribution. Where are you distributing to? Who are you selling to? Who's going to watch it? And I'm talking about commercial funders and non-commercial funders here. And that's where we come in. As Trace Studios, we can give you a letter of intent to distribute your content because we will take it and we will distribute it on a global platform. But that might give your funder sufficient confidence to be able to say, okay, here's your final mile of funding. Go and finish your show, right? It tries to ensure that everything kind of fits together. We picked up a deal last year in the session, actually, which is now in the process of being produced. And we've done a few more at other festivals as well. So we can see that it is working, that final mile that is very difficult. Also from an advice point of view, in terms of the business model and how you want to shape your business model and how to kind of divide your business model to include talent or any other stakeholder in your business plan. Those are kind of things we can advise you and we can show you how to shape it. It's not overly complicated for us, but we understand that for emerging filmmakers it might seem like a mountain. You know, it's like a huge mountain to climb. But for us it's uncomplicated, so we try to demystify that for you and try to make that work for you. Also, by the same token, we've got great relationships and direct links into free-to-air, pay TV, the streamers. So we will find the model that kind of fits. Historically, if something went into free-to-air, it went nowhere else. Historically, if it went onto pay TV, it went nowhere else. Now we know, and particularly with the SABC, are completely open to a model where they're saying, okay, we're happy to show the content, but you can sell it to Netflix, they can show it first, and after 6 months, we're happy to pick it up and show it in SABC 1. So now your content has two potential platforms, both with a very, very large audience, both very different audiences, both non-competing audiences. But the one thing that it does satisfy, A, it gets you a bigger audience, it satisfies your funders, it gives the funders what they want, and three, most likely, it gives you your better chance or your best possible chance of having a second show, or having a returning show, or having a returning season, or making your next project. It gives you credibility in the market. And it's something interesting. In our industry, credibility is everything. Like if you don't make something for 10 years, people forget about you, but it doesn't mean you forgot how to make it. But if you're making things, then you attract. It's the laws of attraction. You tend to attract interest, funding, and opportunity for yourself. So, we're open to having that conversation, and we are engaging with industry. We're engaging with the NFVF. We've supported quite a few interns over the last year, and we plan to do so in the future as well, with very specific commitments to try and all production around the country is being challenged in terms of its cost. What is the cost of production? And cost is normally related to the experience that's available on the production and the scale of the production. And I had a chat to Mark from AVDA just now. We've been chatting to NFVF. The idea is to do more partnerships with these types of institutions where we can source in a pool of young, talented people. And when I say young and talented, these are the people I'm talking about who are 16, were able to use a camera to generate 1 million views, whereas we spend R1 million and we can't generate 200, So I like that challenge, and I would infuse more of that thinking into what we're doing as a TV company. So when we make our next season of Ultimate Bride Master, we're kind of focusing on a different audience made by different people, made by younger people. And we want to expand it into like things like Ultimate Grandmaster Kids and sort of younger type of products, because I think younger type of products can work in digital for us, and digital is just an important platform as pay TV or linear TV or streamers for us. So it's an exciting time in the industry. It's a very tough time in the industry, and it's forced us to think out the box to find other models to try and work. By the same token, everything I've said now is because we deal a lot with commercial clients directly, so brands and agencies, etc. And this is kind of the thinking that they're thinking about. Whenever you speak to them, and if it's Unilever, for example, they say, well, which channel will it go on? How many people can we reach? Is there a digital platform for it? What's the engagement ratio? What is the reach? So these are questions as content makers we've got to understand. We've got to play in a different space than just raw creativity. We've got to understand also the analytics of the markets and the reach of our market. We've got to think about the science behind everything we make. Because if there's no science behind it, there's no point making it, because no one's going to buy it, no one's going to pay for it. So the biggest challenges we face, and the biggest challenges I've picked up from speaking to people and engaging with people in the market, is the disconnect between the idea and the funding. And quite often it's a creative thing. Is that I'm making a passion project. It's called Put Beer on the Podium by Savan Pillay, and nobody wants to buy it because nobody's interested in putting beer on the podium. But if it was something else, if it was something that you all wanted, putting Prime on the podium, then it would be different. You all fund it, right? Exactly. So I said all of that to tell you that, by the way. So, but it's all about demand, and that's why I started off talking about economics, because this is about supply and demand. And if we understand what the demand is, then it's easier to build the supply, and it's easier to put all the different stakeholders into that line, into that daisy chain of events that needs to happen for your product to be made. And listen, sometimes it's easy. Sometimes you pitch it once to Netflix and they go, wow, that's amazing, and they'll pay for it, right? But it comes at a cost too, by the way, because if you pitch to Netflix and they commission it, you don't necessarily own your IP. Netflix owns your IP too. So you've got to ask yourself, what do you want to do with that content? If you want to own your IP, then don't ask Netflix for all the funding. Ask them for some of the funding, and find the rest of the funding through the stakeholders that can support it, because it'll give you leverage, it'll give you power, and it'll allow you to own your content. And then you work with distributors, and Trace Studios is not the only distributor. There are other distributors in the world. You know, you can work non-exclusively with distributors. So you can work with us for the African market, for example, and pick another distributor for the North American market if you so choose to. So there's different ways to skin that, but that's why I say these business models are varied. There's different business models that can work. You've got to find out what works for you, what's going to make you happy, what can you live with. And if you're happy with giving away IP to be able to earn or get the revenue in to make your production, so be it. That's absolutely fine too. But if you're in the business of long-term sustainable filmmaking and you want to earn serious long-term revenue, you've got to own your IP to be able to distribute it. If you want to create royalty streams for your actors, for your producers and your directors, you need to own IP, and you need a royalty stream to come in for that IP. So owning IP is really the keys to the kingdom of this industry, and it will create long-term sustainability. Try and imagine a filmmaker today was made their first movie, and this is the model they use. And in 10 years' time, they've made 10 movies. And you have a distributor like us selling those 10 movies across those 10 years. You can imagine that's, in year 11, without having to work, that filmmaker would have made more money than we've made in year 5. You get it? Without doing anything, just from pure royalties. And that's kind of the model. And that's the model that the whole world works on. And I'll give you one example, and I'll use an extreme example. Game of Thrones. I'm sure most of you have watched Game of Thrones, or House of the Dragon. But HBO makes it at a massive cost. It's an incredible cost. But they also sell it at an incredible price. So when a broadcaster buys it for the first time in a territory, they pay anywhere between $100,000 to $200,000 an episode just to buy it, right, for a broadcast. But then HBO sells it to 100 broadcasters around the world. So you work the mathematics out, you understand. If they were selling it to 2 broadcasters around the world, they would not make Game of Thrones. You get it? Because there's no point. They'll spend more money than they make. So it's, in the end, it's still economics. So we have to try and create more products in Africa, particularly. That's our path. It's our objective. That can travel, that can be repeatable, that can earn annuity revenue for our filmmakers and for our content owners, because everybody gains from that. If we're able to do that, everybody gains. And when people have conversations with me saying, I want to do it on my own, I can do it on my own, I always say that's the wrong conversation. you never see great things built on their own. They're built with teams, they're built with collaboration, they're built with different stakeholders being a part of that. And that's why I think what's happening here over the next few days is so important, is that there are different stakeholders here. There are influential people in this room, and you have an opportunity to meet with them one-on-one and to have those discussions and to hear from them. So to empower yourself, take ownership of your destiny and make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pillai, for that. I think you have given us more insight. I think the audience in the room could agree that they would have liked to hear more from you. I think considering your experience in the industry. I think you've touched many key aspects. The issue of IP being key, the issue of distribution, is also key. So now I will take just 3 questions due to time. I think there's enough time to engage with Mr. Pillai, or if there are any other sort of interest, if you are interested in other areas or information, you can engage with him. He's here for the rest of the day. So I'll take about 3 questions.
I was just curious to know about distribution in Africa. So I run an incubator with 10 first-time African animated TV series that are in development. And, in the past, everybody said Africa is a really difficult market to distribute in. You're lucky if you're going to see your money. I'd like to know a little bit more detail around how that has evolved and what's the opportunity for distribution in Africa.
Let's take the second one so that you can reply to both of them. The second one.
Thank you so much. A quick one now. Would you kindly detail or take us through the process in getting that letter of intent you spoke about earlier? And that's
Okay,
it.
cool.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks for the questions. The first one, and you're absolutely right, that's kind of been the history of African distribution. I think things have changed so much now because there's so many more platforms available, and that competition has really created a massive shift in the market. For example, the 2 major pay TV players in Africa are Canal Plus and MultiChoice. And right now, Canal Plus also owns 30% of MultiChoice. So there is a kind of merger that is starting to form there, and the thinking is very similar because they see each other less as competition to each other now, and they see streamers more as competition to them, in terms of eating their market share. So what it's done for distribution, everyone's become a bit hungrier for different types of things, and it's allowed us to be able to go in there, and people are picking up. I mean, you've seen Canal Plus over the last couple of years. I mean, we're currently working on 3 drama projects with them, one in Ghana, one in Nigeria, where they're co-productions, they're putting money behind it because they want the original content to sit in French on their channels. But at the same time, they're giving us the option to take out the English version to distribute it wherever we feel. So, for example, we could produce, we're doing a show called Last Rites right now, which is a Nigerian show. It will be produced in French, or in English, dubbed into French and broadcast on Canal Plus. But we could take the English rights and go straight to the SABC and say, we want this on SABC1 and do a license deal there. So that's never existed before, but it's existing now. Canal Plus have no problem with that because they see English and French as 2 completely different markets. And it's done the same for animation. Animation is very flexible because it's so easy to put it into different languages, into different markets. And I think it's very exciting. I mean, even at Annecy, over the past few years, we can see that the nature of things are changing, and we can see a great demand for content. And one of the biggest areas of demand for African content is African animation. So there's a great opportunity for that in the future. And I think it will get better and better as time goes. So the way Canal Plus does the deal, if I'm the creator of the show, they will fund the writing and they will fund the production. I will still own my IP, but Canal Plus owns all the master rights to the show. The master rights are the global master rights, all languages. But they take the French version and put it on their channels. They say to us as Trace, you can go and license the English and Portuguese versions to any part of the world. When we sell it, we share the revenue with Canal Plus, and if there's a third-party producer, with the third-party producer as well. So everybody in the value chain kind of earns.
Let's have the last question.
And then the last question, It's quite easy. You can just reach out to us either via website, or if you in particular want to reach out to me, you can speak to me now. But I mean, it's a simple thing, just emailing us and just saying to us, listen, I have a product, it's going to be ready, it's a movie or a series or whatever it is, and I'm looking for a distributor, and we'll start that engagement with you. Cool. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Mr. Pillay. We will now move to the second part of our session, which will be looking at elements of funding. We have a panelist. We have about 6 panelists. One of those panelists is joining us online. So we will request, in order to manage time, to start with the panelist who's joining us online from DTIC, that is Mr. Eliando. We have 2 panels to go through in this session, so we will try to be strict on time, but we want to ensure that everyone who's here gets the maximum benefit from our panelists. So I would like to connect to Mr. Ndo. Mr. Ndo, are you there? Afternoon, Mr. Ndo.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. We are happy for you to join us in this expo, Film Expo, Eastern Cape Film Expo. We are dealing with issues around film and television funding in terms of ensuring there is development of the sector, not only in the country but in the province as well. Can you take us through, just introduce yourself and also just outline in summary some of your funding products that you have for the film sector, and also highlight for us maybe some of the constraints that you are picking up in terms of the ability of filmmakers accessing the different products that you have. If you may, if you have those statistics, maybe look in terms of the uptake in terms of the province in some of the film incentives that you do have as DTIC. I will hand over to you, Mr. Ndo. We are short of time. If you can stick to roughly 5 to 7 minutes, I will appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and greeting to everyone. You said 7 minutes, right?
Yes, let's try 7 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I'll try my level best. I have about 22 pages presentation, and I'll try to extrapolate key informations. Yes, if you would allow colleagues for connectivity purposes, may I switch off the video?
That's fine.
One of the requirements is that you should open a new core, that we call it an SPCV. So part of that is that you should depose an affidavit. That should be at level 4. And in terms of our incentive is that we offer about up to 50 million, but that is based on the qualifying percentage. So in terms of the imaging, go up to 50% of all your qualifying production expenditure. So if your qualifying production expenditure is about million, we will pay you 500,000. And that will also apply to all those other incentives. And in terms of projects that would have qualified, we have what we call for imaging and essay milestone payments, where you will have your first milestone and the 4th milestone where we'll pay you based on the tranches. But as far as your foreign and folk production, we'll pay you at the end of your production. I wanted to just perhaps highlight on the issues of constraints that we currently facing. And I must say that in terms of your province, I think we do have a very low uptake, and maybe something that we should engage with the EDC in terms of how do we engage more on making sure that we have a better project flow from that side. And I think events like these ones are a very good platform to do that. And in terms of the applicant who should apply to the DTI, is that we're saying you should have a company that is already existing in terms of your production company, that as I had said, it should open in SPV. And in terms of your participation is that in terms of the imaging, would only allow 5 projects, and with the SA and foreign, we don't have any limit as long as you're bringing investment. So the rationale behind the imaging is that we want you to at least graduate from imaging, and play at a higher level. And also in terms of administrative issues is that at least before you start with your production, you should send your project within 45 days, but would advise that at least apply or give your application at least 3 months before you start with your production, so that doesn't really affect much your production schedule, because you find that if you give us the 45 days, we'll have back and forth, maybe your funders are pressed with time, so you end up not enjoying the benefit of the incentive. I'm not so sure in terms of time, how am I doing?
You are left to 3 minutes. You can just summarize. I think you have highlighted the low uptake, some of the challenges, just the application process. If you are able to work with some of the applicants in terms of closing some of the gaps that you see in some of these applications, if you can just highlight that process.
Yes, most definitely. That we do more often, and it's what we would encourage applicants to say. DTI is open to assist you with completing your application, assist you with understanding and explaining guidelines. So, but we do understand that there are those applicants that would prefer to use consultant, which we don't have a problem with that. But mainly for imaging, we would advise them to just seek assistance from the DTI, because we are here to help them in that regards.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ndo. Let me check with you. Are you able to stay with us online?
Yes, I will stay until 3.
Oh, okay. Is that fine on your side? Okay, that's fine. All right. We are going to move to other panelists, so we are going to invite all the other panelists to join us in front. I will invite the panelists from ECDC, NV, National Video and Film Fund, NEF, and IDC to please join us.
And distribution is kind of the teeth of the...
Afternoon. I think we are going to start with our panel discussion. We are still on the issue of funding. We understand that funding it's a cross-cutting issue. I think if you are in business, whatever sector or industry you are in, you'll always be confronted with issues of access to funding. I think the film sector is no different to that, but there are a number of organizations, institutions who are providing funding to the sector in order to ensure that the sector is able to develop. So we are now going to hear from our panelists in terms of the different funding products that they have, what is the process to access that, and what are some of the common challenges that they encounter in assessing these the funding applications from filmmakers, producers. We also have Mr. George from ECDC. I think he will also go deep in terms of the journey that they have been through as ECDC, through the establishment of the Eastern Cape Film Fund, where they've generated almost 300 million in terms of investment into the province, investment into different films or features in the province that have taken place. I think it's a journey that he will also outline. You also hear them that there are already 16 applications that they are dealing with for this financial year. I will start with the gentleman nearest to me, just an introduction, the institution you are from, your different funding products, and some of the challenges that you are faced with in terms of dealing with applications, and what are some of the solutions that you can advise to the filmmakers. I will go in that order, starting with you, sir.
All right, thank you so much. My name is Kagisho Bapela. I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation. We provide funding for the film sector. As an overview, I think most of you are aware that IDC hasn't been funding films for some time now. So we resuscitated the process, and we have 3 strategic focus areas in terms of the industry, which is content creation, infrastructure, and distribution channels. And we actually support the industry through venture loans, cash flow facilities, which is now discounting the DTI rebate, making sure you've got a cash flow to finish your film. If you've got a pre-sale, we can cash flow the pre-sale for you. And for emerging filmmakers, which is mainly our major interest in building the pipeline of filmmakers, is that we are happy to even syndicate the funding in collaboration with the off-takers on the other side, either Netflix, Amazon, SABC, whoever else who's willing to pre-buy your content. And we can facilitate that process to make sure you can deliver your project on time and on budget. And of course, we insist on an ecosystem that makes sure that the production quality is intact and that the project is highly de-risked by knowing who's the off-taker on the other side. I think I'll keep it there for now.
Maybe just quickly, I think in the past you just said that you referred to the so we open a call for applicants to access the funding. What's the process?
Okay, so we don't necessarily send out calls for applications. We take applications throughout the year. Even today, if you have your pitch deck, you can give it to me. What had failed in the industry before was that we were supporting films, but the IDC was not able to get their money back. So from a risk appetite point of view, they kind of shut it down completely, say we keep losing money. Of course, for market reasons, for some of them is production quality reasons. But I think the industry has evolved since that time. That I think the production quality is not really much of a big concern because we have enough ecosystem in the sector where we can control the quality of the product that's coming out. The main issue that we are dealing with now, and I'm glad 3 Studios is also extending a lending hand to say we can distribute your content because that's what affects the commercial viability of the project. So that becomes a pain point even now to say, who's going to buy this content, for how much, are you going to be able to service the debt, etc. But we are constantly looking for new ways, innovative funding techniques to support the industry. But our sense is that we need a more collaborative effort with the likes of ECDC in terms of regional projects, the National Film and Video Foundation for them to assess the content. So I think we're slowly getting to work together as government entities to create an ecosystem that will literally unleash the creative assets in the sector. And I must mention, I'm quite happy with the discussion that's going towards us emphasizing ownership of copyright, because that's a pain point, because when the filmmakers don't own that copyright, after years of playing in the sector, they still have nothing to show for it, because they can't live in perpetuity of those assets. So that's our number 1 priority, to make sure we support you to own your copyright. That if that means we cash flow DTI for you to buy equity into the film, that's what we are willing to do.
Thank you for that. Afternoon, everyone. So at the National Film and Video Foundation, I think our main, sorry, our main mandate is to develop the industry from skills to production and to audiences. In terms of how we work, we have a number of projects that we do, special projects and normal projects. On that, we release calls about 2 times a year, where you come in and you give us your project, and of course, but whether it be development or production, and we fund it over a period of 2 years. And of course, I think as part of development between ourselves and KZN, we are the only institutions that do fund development outside of broadcasters. And the reason why we do fund development is to mitigate the risk of projects going into production before they are ready. But over the years, we've then also had to look at where we are as a country, where we're coming from, and also had to develop other means of funding outside of the traditional funding, which is you come in with your project, but also look at addressing the needs in the industry. Women in this industry for the longest time will work in production, but will never really make it into directing their own film. And we believe that representation of women's voices is very important. And also representation of the youth is very important. So we therefore have programs that are tailor-made for the youth, like the Youth Filmmaker Slate, as well as the female, which is not necessarily about commercial viability, but about creating a calling card for directors and writers in that space. We've just concluded 2 of those for this year. So we get 2 companies to facilitate those productions, and we produce together with the SABC, who are our co-pilot in that. We produce 10 short films a year over a period of 3 years. And through that, we're able to do 2 things. One, we're able to create content in a huge number, but then also we're able to create the next generation of filmmakers. Some of the filmmakers that started like in the 2016 incubation, for instance, have now become television writers who write for all broadcasters, including the streamers. So I think more than anything outside of the funding, it is really to develop the skills. We also do funding for students who are going to university, but also over and above that, also funding postgraduate degrees which are outside of the country. We currently have 3 graduates every year that go to the Goblin Institute in France to be able to study animation, who then come back and plow back into the country. And one of those that I think the one that stands out is Lesego Feister, who's been able to go and study overseas, but also come back and give back to the industry. And over and above that, it's also audience development and marketing. And I think with the Eastern Cape, I mean, a couple of years ago, there were no applications from the Eastern Cape. But through the Sediba programs that we've been able to run in the province and doing other training and skills development programs, we've been able to see the number of applications from the Eastern Cape move from 5 to now over 25 applications. And of course, that means the more applications we get, the more there's an opportunity to be funded. I think right now, at any given time, we have plus minus 10 projects in development from the Eastern Cape. So those numbers are growing. I think also the work that has been done in the province, and I think about 2 years ago, just before COVID, when we had like production companies that were developed by people coming from the Eastern Cape coming back to make productions in the Eastern Cape. And at the back of my mind, I'm quickly thinking about the Yellowbone production that came in and plowed back into the industry and hired people. And now over a number of years, you've got more projects that are happening in the provinces, and there's also people through that we find in the province that have decided to stay in the Eastern Cape. So I think we do quite a number of things.
Thank you, Ms. Ngokotwana, for that. Let me hand over to Mr. George.
Thank you very much. I just want to say what Stephen said earlier on, it's very important. To start looking at the demand side of whatever product you want to sell is very important, because it assists those who evaluate the application for funding to look at the prospect for commercial viability of your projects. The Eastern Cape Film and Television Fund is an incentive to help you with the last mile of your financial plan. The requirements are simple, that the company that is applying should at least have secured a pre-sale or a commission agreement. But I think the flexibility here is that we discovered that some of our very good productions from young up-and-coming producers unable to get to that stage. And therefore, we've provided, if you look at the guidelines, possibility for a pilot. But with that pilot, we provide a portion of that funding to enable you to do the production and release the pilot with the proviso that within 6 months you would have secured the pre-sale, or commission of that production. We come at the third tier of funding. The applicant should be a South African, producer. But if you are not, you should give us evidence that you've got a South African-based, producer in partnership with you. We've got requirements such as 20% of the head of department should be secured from the Eastern Cape, and the full funding that comes from the ECDC should be spent in the Eastern Cape, and at least 70% of funding from other funders to be spent in the Eastern Cape. We do require acknowledgement in the opening and closing credits from the producer, and acknowledgement to be part of the executive producer. We also require that at least the skills transfer indicated at application. So the guidelines are loaded on our website, as well as a very simple, straightforward application form that you can complete. And we have seen the rate of success of our applicants as now they're getting used to the application process. It's been modified and simplified to make sure that most of the applications or applicants are able to, to successfully apply. But it's incumbent on the applicant to make sure that you accurately provide information in the requisite documents, because without the requisite documents submitted, your application is likely to be disqualified, and we have to reapply. So it will consume your time. So it's very important that when you do the application, you make sure that the requisite documents are part of your application. In the event that your application for our funding exceed the threshold of that particular production, there is a leeway to the executive management to motivate with the executive management with adequate motivation, where the executive management is able to consider deviation from the threshold that are provided for various productions. So go to our website, the guidelines are there, the application form is available, it's simplified for the purposes, and all applications are submitted into the internal committee, which is the project funding committee, which approves. But we require that at least 3 months, from the approval, you should have started the principal photography. At least 60% of the principal photography should be taking place in the Eastern Cape. So it doesn't have to be 100% shot in the Eastern Cape. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I think the process is simple and the application form is straightforward and simplified.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Viwe Ngebe from the National Empowerment Fund. Our funding is basically still the same with my colleagues here. As well, like I think the most important thing over and above that is the inclusion of the bond, that when you have these pre-sales agreed upon upfront and then you've gotten the approval from Mr. Ndo, DTIC, and then there are things that you need to do, after finishing, and then once they come through and they see that, a certain spent percentage should be local, and if you don't finish that or you don't get to that percentage, and then that last threshold, when we have offered you the bridging finance based on what was given to you, and then you'll find that then those becomes the delay. But then if you include then the completion bond, is that then our funding becomes more secured, and then you will then have to go with the guys that you have done the inclusion bond with, so that you then go and collect then the last tranche usually. So what we offer is still the same, is the bridging finance for you to actually do this movie or idea that you have, and then we will definitely fund it. We also accept applications. There's no time frame or months, but you can submit it online, hand deliver, and just go through the guidelines of what is expected. And I believe Mr. Pillay made a vital point in terms of ownership of your deal or your package, whether you want to give it to Netflix or do you want to in the next 10 years or 11 years see this thing. So it is very much vital for you to understand where you see yourselves as, and as us funders, we can coordinate ourselves between ourselves, which one do we take or how much effort can I put in. There's no problem with us co-funding. We've done a lot of co-funding in the Eastern Cape as well as nationally. So it is not an issue of saying it is purely based here in Eastern Cape, but so charity begins at home. So so we would want to make sure that Eastern Cape does then put us on the map as it's growing. We want to see that more films are coming through and the funding is there and it's available. Just one needs to adhere to the guidelines which are there, and I don't believe that they are very much stringent. They're very workable, so it's not like a total red tape that we're just saying there's funding, but yet we want the whole cow instead of a leg. So it is available and we do accept applications. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Makhala?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Bongajalo Makhala from the Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Cultural Council. And within ACPAC, then I manage the film desk. ACPAC supports, the film sector through an annual call where we have a funding that is termed Siqaqambiso Bucisa. We would give out an open call to the industry. They would obviously respond with their proposal. We then go for adjudication, and upon that, we will, have outcomes and then contract, the various projects. We look at funding mainly micro projects. We do not have, a huge budget that actually, can support the entire, I would say, process of creation of, film. So institutions such as the NFEF, the DTIs, the ECDCs, then play a critical role in aiding, our, efforts of development. We look at supporting the actual content creation. Obviously, we are biased towards, Afrocentric content that is created within our province. by our people, for us. We support projects of audience development, whereby, the consumption and creating spaces such as these, where, film festivals and, linking up the creators with the market as well. We are huge on skills development, whereby we actually take budding filmmakers and we plug them into professional sets. They would then obviously obtain, the requisite skills that are needed in order to produce their own content. Over the past, I would say, 3 years, projects that we have supported have actually, are starting to gain national, I would say, success as they do go through to the National Film and Video Foundation and also, get the required support. Yeah, in terms of challenges that we do obviously experience is the level of skills. We believe that our application process is quite accessible, but a major challenge is the issue of compliance, whereby applicants, do not necessarily, these are creatives who do not necessarily and all the time view themselves as business people. And it's quite important that, the compliance components are obviously, you make sure that you tick those boxes. And then it doesn't only end once we have actually contracted a particular production or a project. Another challenge which we would experience is within the monitoring and implementation of the project, whereby we struggle to get, reports from filmmakers who are funded. They would have the implementation plans, but you actually discover that what has actually unfolded is quite different to what we had funded. So we find ourselves even at a position whereby we have to cancel some projects that we have supported and then redirect those particular funds to replacement projects. So the question of skill, is a huge one for us, whereby we obviously want to walk the walk, in developing, filmmakers, in developing their entities, in ensuring that we get the desired content that represents the province, in ensuring that the quality of the productions, that we then, are produced from the areas are up to par, so that we can obviously export. Yeah, I think let me leave it from there. Thank you.
Okay, a round of applause for our panelists. I think a number of issues have been raised. Low uptake, the application process is simple and accessible. Issues around compliance with the application guidelines, and it also came out that there is funding. Funding is available. It's there. There's no call for application. Throughout the year, you can submit your application. So let's hear then from the filmmakers. What are some of the challenges? What are your experiences? So now I'll open up for questions, just 5 questions. Then we'll go to our next panel. We are supposed to start our next panel by 2:10. Now we are at 11 minutes past 2. But I will allow just 5 questions, short and direct, so that we can release our panelists. Can we take questions quickly? Number 1, number 2, number 3. Where's number 4?
Good day. I'm a filmmaker based in East London. I just have a question, probably to ECDC, NVF, and IDC, probably if ECPE can also assist on that. Let's say you have done productions for television, and you get commissioned by a television station, and then you've done 2 or 3 projects. Is there any possibility whereby when we come to you guys, we can skip many kind of things so that we'll be able to get funding for the project. Because most times it's you would have done some work and a television has broadcasted your work, but when you get to funding, there's a lot of things that are involved in that. Is there a way whereby if it's an established filmmaker or a producer or a director or a writer, you can be like, no guys, we can assist you because you already have a track record? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Rourke from Animation SA. We're the only industry body that represents animators, animation studios, schools in South Africa. So we've identified Eastern Cape as the next province that has the potential for animation and gaming to be developed. So the strategy in which we're approaching that is by doing growth strategies. So we're currently going to be launching the KZN growth strategy at DFM next month. I just wanted to find out what the appetite would be for something like that for your province, and who would be most ideal in terms of funding, and not just the strategy, because what we've identified through our research is that a lot of strategies have been done in the past, like bridging the digital divide how many decades ago, and we still don't see that implemented. So we're also designing the implementation plan and a costed implementation plan so that you have an idea of what that can look like. So yeah, my question is around what is the appetite for funding something like that in your province?
Hello everyone. It's not a question per se. I'm a filmmaker, and I hear that everyone is saying the application process or application forms, they are easy. But when you are a creative, we are not admin, like we are not business minded, you know. So I'm asking each and everyone, like department, to please assist the creatives with workshops, you know, concerning applications. That's very important because we do go and open companies, but we don't know how to like comply in terms of your SARS and so on. And then we also don't know how to deal with admin specifically, because when we come to admin, it's just, I think we're just clueless. So we're asking if in future, each and every department would please assist us with workshops, and you sit down with us and you take us through. And also, maybe if you could also have examples on your, your websites on how to fill your forms and things like that. So it's just that. It's not a question. I'm just asking for future.
Okay, those are the questions. I will invite my panelists to take a bite in no particular order in terms of addressing some of the questions that have been raised.
An abbreviated process. I think it's quite difficult to abbreviate the process, but if you've done commission work for broadcasters who are active, because they can become your primary off-taker. So you can say to them, I'm going to fund it, but give me a license agreement. Then we bring a license agreement. It makes the proposition much easier if there's an off-taker on the other side. That's the only abridged version that I can provide you. Other than that, all the boxes need to be ticked to manage the production risk and the market risk. And in terms of animation quite part of what we do now, in terms of supporting animation projects. I think what you're referring to pretty much was something for as a franchise model, where there are multiple projects that come out of one idea. So we do look at business cases as well about the packaging of it and how we monetize it.
I'm going to take the question of the young lady up there. I think it is true that we do suffer when it comes to compliance. However, if you're going to use somebody else's money, and in this case it's the taxpayers' money, I think we ought to meet government and any other non-profit organization halfway. And I'm not deterring you, but what I'm saying is if you're a creative, you therefore need to partner with somebody else who's not necessarily creative, but is good with administration, because unfortunately, we are not able to take out administration. And it is not just for government funding, it is also when you go internationally, our colleagues earlier on were talking about co-production. You're going to go into a co-production, you're still going to have to do some admin, some forms, go through some documentation, and even just as a producer, there's a lot of reading of contracts that you need to do, and I think the applications and understanding that documentation is actually the first thing, because once you are able to crack an application, then at least I can trust you that you will crack the contract. So I don't think there's a way of going around administration. I think it's part of what we do. However, I think within the partnerships that you get, I think it's important that in this industry, no one is an island, right? I think if you believe that you are a creative and yours is to be to come up with a vision, then get somebody else who's going to be your partner, who can then deal with the administration, the management just of things. And I think we can always have more practice and programs around how do people fill up the actual application. But I think the process is very important, because wherever you go and you're asking for somebody else's money, you are going to go through the admin. But of course, I think on the ground, the training can happen. Yeah.
Let's give them another round of applause.
I think my proposal would be that seeing that we've got a common area of challenge, especially with the creatives around administration, our agencies like the CDC has got a business support unit that has got a portfolio where they would hire a professional administrator to do what we CEDA, use them because we've seen very good production, script written, but the compliance terrible. It keeps on going ahead. I propose that should be done.
Okay, now we are going to go to the second panel in terms of our session, which will focus on sourcing content from emerging producers. So I will invite my panelists to come up front to join us. We have Ms. Lala Tuku from SABC. We have Ms. Andiswa Manyati from Pumakapa TV. And we have Mr. Benjamin Coley from Gravel Road Distribution Group. Can we invite our panelists? A lot of discussion around content issues, telling unique stories, African stories, and if you look at the film value chain, it's one area that has been cited that we need to focus on in terms of developing proper quality content. And that goes with your audience. Who are you selling to? What's the appetite that is there for your content? And I think the linkages with accessing distribution as well were made in terms of what are the consumers wanting. So I think it's a particular area that you need to put particular focus on in terms of ensuring that you develop the right content. Also, elements of packaging, I think Mr. Pillay also referred to that there are stories out there, but are we packaging them properly? You know, So there's a lot of work that needs to also be put in around packaging the content. The content is there, but are we really packaging it properly in order to ensure that we are able to produce this content? So I do have my panelists here who will share with us the process of sourcing content from emerging producers for broadcasting and distribution. So I will start with Ms. Lala Tuku from SABC, and then I will go to Mr. Benjamin, then to Ms. Manyati.
Hello, I just put it on. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Lala Tuku, and I look after content for the national broadcaster, the SABC. We have 5 channels, SABC 1, 2, and 3, and then we've got the sports channel and the education channel, and then recently we've just launched SABC Plus. I hope all of you have it downloaded. You get your linear programming, but on your phone, on your tablet, and it's all free. So go to SABC Plus. In terms of content, and I'll stick to what the topic is at hand in terms of soliciting or getting content from emerging producers and emerging storytellers and new voices, which I think is critical for where we are. So as a national broadcaster, our main mandate is to educate, entertain, and to inform. Representation is important. So every single person in South Africa has to see themselves represented on television. We've recently, so in my portfolio, I look after drama. Drama has the opportunity and possibility to hold what we call prime time. So we spend a lot of money on drama. Annually, we spend about 1.2 billion on content. So drama really has the largest budget, and then we've got entertainment, so that would be all your reality shows, and then we've got factual. There we really look at the documenting of our own stories. I'm reminded of a filmmaker that said a country without documentaries is like a family without a photo album. So that becomes quite critical, and I've got a particular interest in really telling our stories from everywhere. And so that call is also open. Then we've got education and children. So again, in our mandate to educate and to inform, we really do pay a lot of focus on those genres. And then lastly, we've got religion as well. So those are the 7 genres. And since last month, we've now got an e-portal. So you can actually go online, submit your company details. What you have to be first to work with the SABC, you've got to be compliant. I would like to change the narrative that creatives are not admin people. I think we have the power to change that narrative. It is critical to look at yourself as a business, whether you are selling story, whether you are selling art, whether you are selling a laptop, we are all business people. And the more we can see our craft as a business, that's when you will look at the commercial viability of your product. So yes, you may be a writer, but those words per second that you're writing, what are they going to produce? And in money terms, what does that mean for you? So I think there's a huge drive, even as government, we have to make sure we do those workshops. I think the lady at the top spoke around workshops of this nature. It's critical. So we've got that e-portal. So you can't even go to submit proposal until you're compliant. So you can't even get to that button until you've got your ducks in a row. But we will do those. And I think at the end of the month, I'll be doing a short video just to how to just really make it simple. So we'll do a video and we'll put it on YouTube. I myself, in my previous life, was a producer, was an actress, was a writer. So I really do understand and I really do get it. But it's important for us to cross that line. And creatives are one of the smartest people that I know. So we can be business people. And so really we are looking for content. forgot to mention the other thing I do at the SABC, which is really look after industry development. So this, I think, talks to the industry development. We are so keen for new stories. While I was sitting there, I was trying to look at this month's report to see how many projects we've got on air that comes from this province, and I'm sitting with a percentage of 4% from everything that's on air. So we're sitting with a province that's underrepresented. We look at producers, then we look at stories filmed in the province, we look at participation. But what we have done is gone into an MOU with ECPAC, again, just to fast track that. So we've got 3 shows in the pipeline that we'll be working on. So I think for us, the kind of stories we are looking for, S1 is very mass. And we are really dubbing it as youth. We want to hear the voices from the youth. And we're actually interested in those young producers. You know, I always joke with Babu Mfundi to say, you know, generations is for young people. Young people must produce it. But it's really about really what does representation look like? At the heart of it, what does it mean? And so that's S1. It's very mass. It's Nguni. And then S2 is more family viewing. You will see in the next 3 months, we'll really be slanting it. So we're looking for 2 mass channels. That will be 1 and 2. And then 3, we've always said it's for the millennials coming in there. I think anything else I can take then in the questions. But I would like to talk around ownership. So for a very long time, SABC used to commission work. So we could it's either solicited or unsolicited. Unsolicited means we didn't go out to market to look for the content. You've got the idea and this is what you want to sell. So that is open throughout the year. So if today you've got an idea, your business is compliant, you can go in there and you can submit and we will then have a look at it. We promise a 21-day turnaround. So in 21 days, you will get a feel of is it a yay or a nay. So that would be full commission. Full commission, we own it 100%. We pay for it 100%. We amortize it 100%. You are not part of the deal. And I'm putting it like that so we can understand what that means, right? That's a pure commission. So you come with the idea. We would then workshop it. We'd put a commissioning editor to it. They'd panel beat it with you to tell the story. You would always be credited, but it's an IP and it's an asset for the SABC. What we're moving towards there, though, because we understand that an industry is based on ownership. We can't have an industry unless we own, our industry owns. So the pre-sales become then the way to go. So if you submit, you're compliant and you submit, and then I just see pre-sale or AFP, I open that first. No, I'm joking. We've got a process and we open all of them. But the pre-sale, it comes with money. So you've got a partner, you've gone to ECPAC, you've gone to Savan, and then you come to the SABC and you say, I've got 70% of the guys, then we come in at 30%. You then can amortize it with us in perpetuity. For example, we've just sold Yizo Yizo to Netflix. So, and that's again a portion of the SABC that all our stories, we want to take it to the world. So we sell it to Netflix. Now, if you owned part of those rights, you would then sweat that asset. So wherever it lives, whichever place it lands up in any territory, then you have, so that's a pre-sale. Advertiser-funded content, it's where you've got a great idea. It's a beautiful reality show. I got called by KFC 5 days ago, and they were like, what can we do? Integrate me somewhere. And I said, no, let's do like a people's dating show, and their first date, they take each other out to KFC. I don't know. But it's like, it's not obvious integration. It's not an advert, but it's in story, those kind of things. So if you've got ideas like that, you can go first and sell to a brand, and then you come to us. What we then do is we give you a rate card. You will buy the slot and the adverts in between. But that is solely yours. So you can go and shop it anywhere else. We don't have claim to it because you've already bought your airtime. So those are the different ways of working. And then lastly is the co-productions, which I think you are aware of. 2 partners can come in together and then you can co-produce and we'll be your distributing arm. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm Benjamin Cowley from Gravel Road Distribution Group. So we are a distributor, much like Sivan from Trace. Yeah, where do we start? We know how to work portals. Very well. You'll note that the portal will also send you to another portal to register, where you have to do a whole bunch of things. Then you can come back to this portal to carry on your registration. No. You first go to CSD, then you go to SABC, then you... Yes, unfortunately, admin is the bane of everyone's existence, I guess. Maybe accountants and lawyers enjoy it a little bit more, but it's a necessary evil. So it's something that we can all do. We all need to consciously make the effort to actually empower ourselves, not necessarily only rely on others to teach us that process. So take ownership of that. Therefore, you're taking ownership of your own journey and your own destiny. That's all that I can say to that. In terms of where we come into the picture, as Gravel Road, and I can't speak for other distributors, we try to, when it comes to local content, try and get involved as early on in the process as possible. Because our experience has taught us that by the time the filmmakers have gone through the effort of creating a product and they deliver a product, unfortunately, the product doesn't meet necessary standards in order for us to go out and sell that product into the marketplace. So we've kind of decided on the position where we would like to get involved much earlier. That obviously means that we have certain capacity limitations as well. As much as we'd like to get involved with a lot of projects, we have to kind of cherry pick what we get involved with. And there's a couple of very important things that we look at when we do get involved with the projects. Number one is, does the filmmaker know who their audience is? And any filmmaker who comes into the room to say, well, the world is my audience, that's a first flag for me when I go, well, the world is not your audience. You need to tell me exactly who your audience is. Where do they sit? What do they consume? What are the other shows similar to the one that you have that they are watching, where we can actually measure against? Right down to, what is the favorite color of socks that they like to wear? You really need to understand your audience, and I can't emphasize that point enough. There is no such thing as a Pan-African story with respect to everyone. There isn't. We are multicultural within Africa. Okay, so you're going to have a core audience, your core or key target audience, and then you're going to have secondary audiences with plug around that, yes, and then there's going to be interest, but you need to understand who your core target audience is before you go out the gate. Then we start to take a look at who is involved with the project. So is there a good producer, good filmmaker, the good writing team? What is the package that comes with that? Because at the end of the day, if we're going to be working with you, we want to make sure that you can actually deliver on the product that you are saying that you're going to deliver on. Because it is a long road, it's a long journey. It's not one day you wake up in the morning, you decide you want to make movie. You know, we're going to be on this path for many, many years to come. So we want to make sure that the team, the jockeys that are going to be driving this, are going to be able to deliver in the end, because we're investing, you're investing, and all the other stakeholders are going to be investing in this. So there's no point in backing projects which are not going to see the light of day because of that. And then, you know, most importantly is, do we feel that we can add value to your film or to your project, and vice versa? Do you feel that we can add value to your project? Do you feel, you know, it's a symbiotic relationship. It's working together. It's not a us and them, or you and them, you and us kind of relationship that we get involved with. It is a very, very long journey. So we like to be positioned that we know, you know, we try to think, or we do think, that we are the experts in what we do from our perspective. You're the expert in what you do from your perspective. Those are two different skill sets. You know, when we talk to you about market, who's going to be buying it, what does SABC want, we're dealing with SABC as an example. SABC is one of our customers. We deal with them on a daily basis. We're constantly having conversations. We're having high-level conversations in terms of going, well, that's what the strategy is. This is working. That's not what's working. It's information that you might not necessarily have had access to, but that's the insight that we can share and help guide your project into the right, called pigeonhole, that you needed to go into, or into the right place that needs to go into. So, and then taking a look at, you know, if we're getting involved early on in the project, is we can help structure your finance in such a way that it best results in that big thing that we're all talking about here, is IP ownership, right? You know, we love the idea of being able to flip something very quickly to a Netflix or another stream, etc., where they take everything from you and then you kind of well, it's a big check potentially that you get, but the longevity of that doesn't really make sense to anyone, even as us as a distributor. We take on the rights, we work with those rights for up to 10 to 15 years. You know, we need to be able to sweat that asset for as long as possible so that everyone can continue to benefit from it. So when we get involved, we try and guide the project in the way that you structure it, from a combination of your co-production, your pre-sales, your grants, etc. There's so many different ways that you can kind of put something together in order to maximize your ownership and what you walk away with at the end of the day, so that you actually stay involved. This is your pension. You know, if you have 10 projects or that are all generating you revenue over the next 10 to 15, 20 years, that's what's going to keep you going. Our job is to make sure that your film makes money. Your job is to make your next film. So you make your film, you give it to the people who can make you money from it, you continue doing that, and you go from one project to the next, and that's how the relationship works. My best or biggest advice is don't try to do it all yourselves, because you will falter. And that goes to the point of team up with people who can support you. So the creatives, bring on a strong producer who's good at the admin. You've got to know enough to know that the producer's not trying to schnei you. Okay, that's very important, and vice versa. So trust the people who you're with, know enough so that when you do look at the detail, you're empowered to understand what's going on. But still, you have to be able to trust the other people to execute on what they are strong with, and you do what you're strong with. It's a big ecosystem, lots of moving parts in it. If I use an analogy, it's like a big machine, it's a big clock, there's many different cogs, and we all have our roles to play. If one of those cogs comes out, the watch doesn't work. Okay? So it's important that we all stick to our lanes, and we make sure that holistically this ecosystem works.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Uanduso Manyati. I'm from Mbumakapa TV. First of all, I'd like to apologize, so specifically Apakowe, for arriving so late. It was my intention to arrive and get a feel of what's been happening, but certain things did come through, but I'd really like to apologize about that. Currently, I am content managing at Mbumakapa TV. Now, for those who don't know, Mbumakapa is a regional channel, which is currently available on DSTV channel 260 on all the platforms. So whether you've got access or you are premium, we are there. And that's one of the nice things about it. We started off as Bay TV, which was in 2011. So we're quite a young channel, and over the years, we've grown to change our branding and become Bumakapa, which means Eastern Cape. So we're coming to notice, since we come from Nelson Mandela Bay, we did represent more of the Nelson Mandela Bay region. So now we wanted to spread our wings, so we make sure that we actually become the storytellers of the Eastern Cape, because if you'll find, there isn't actually a channel on the Eastern Cape besides Bumakapa TV right now. So with that vision, we obviously need to make sure that we are telling the stories not only of the Nelson Mandela Bay or the surrounding regions, but we are also spreading it across the Eastern Cape. So we started, developed an office at the BCM area. So we managed to get the content from that side to spread it and make sure at least people can see that we are telling their stories. Currently, we are working on getting offices also around the BCM area and also Isara Batman area. The content we currently have basically is mostly religion, but we have content from entertainment, cultural affairs, current affairs actually, and also we have a bit of lifestyle and reality that you will see on the channel. And we are looking towards making sure that we are representing the Eastern Cape, like I said. So we want the producers of the Eastern Cape to start using Bumakapa TV as a platform, especially the upcoming producers, because if you notice, the channel is quite dominant with the youth. So that is where you come to learn, that is where you grow yourself. That is the mandate that the channel is trying to make sure they prove and bring along to the province in itself. So we are that platform for that struggling artist who doesn't know what they want to, how to get in. So you come in, you ask your questions. We've got an open door policy because we ourselves are also growing. So we need to learn from different platforms that are happening there. Now, a lot of content that is missing, as you know, the Eastern Cape is quite rich in terms of agriculture, automotive industry, and also a bit of the actual history of our culture. I mean, since we are Amaxhosa and we've got kingdoms, and there's so many things that you can tell and let people know about, and that platform right now, and the Eastern Cape Pumakapa channel is there for you to do that. Now, we have been actually getting films inside and series. Last year, one of the films that we broadcasted actually managed to get an Eastern Cape Award from in East London, BCM, of which that is something we're actually proud of. And we have a cultural show which bases itself on Maskandi that also won an award in the Joburg in the Maskandi genre, which is quite something we're excited for, because as a growing channel, we need to see that actually our work is being seen out there, and that in itself, I think, proves itself. So going on and submitting and making sure that the channel can notice you, we have a platform of where you can send your proposal, and then we have a committee, a content committee, who will go through your proposal, depending on whether or not you have actually shot the program or not, or the series. We will try and advise. I always say, if you want to put in your content at Bumakapa TV, it's always wise to just get an idea of the quality control check that we do. We are more than willing to give the technical spec to aspiring producers out there, just so you know if whether or not you are on the right track of what we want. Because a lot of the times when we disappoint content submissions, it is a lot to do with quality control and how the film is produced, and the quality spec. The content is always something you're looking for, but then it's hard to actually put it out there to broadcast. So I always advise, on the website we've got our details. I wanted to actually show the details on the screen, but I guess we're not doing presentations right now. So basically, you send the proposals to the channel. If it's not, it needs to be shot, we will go around and shoot a pilot, and then advise on how you can change the content of what it is that needs to be changed on the actual program in itself. And then we take you through a process. We work a lot with bulk content. So if it's a series, we'd have to make sure that you can shoot the whole entire season. So if we tell you we're putting you on the 3rd cycle and you can't actually maintain the whole full season, we need to get those details out there and see what your production plan is and how we are going to assist you. And that is something we really need to do. We are aiming to do. We've got excellent studio facilities that even if your dream is not really to be on the channel, but if you need some kind of technical assistance, we do outsource those kind of facilities as well. So it's something you can look into and see how we can assist. We've got those kind of things for you. So we are looking into a lot of film and documentaries. Like I've mentioned, we've got a lot of stories to tell, but as resources and actually research can be quite hard to get in, because, as I said, we are a young channel, and we're trying to grow as much as we can and make sure we're getting exposed to the Eastern Cape. So lastly, I just want to also emphasize to young producers, because I do communicate with a lot of upcoming producers a lot, and the admin issue is something that is a struggle, and I also feel like it's something that we need to work on, and also let's delegate to our teams who has the strongest points. That's why planning is also important, and doing your research. A lot of the films that you see, we've been part of productions that we actually see that research hasn't really been done. You know, I was once part of a production where we are in the rural areas, and obviously we're young, we don't know the marriage rules. And then we had a scene where Umakoti has to take tea to the elders. And then one of the ladies who lived there was like, but that doesn't happen. Or Umakoti does not go to a plant. And we honestly didn't know. To us, we just want the scene in the tea, you know, those type of things. So that research needs to actually be seen and actually be done. It's something we let slip aside because we just want the movie done and seen. But it's something very important that producers need to consider while telling their stories, getting those facts right about certain things. But other than that, I feel like the Eastern Cape finally is getting recognized. I mean, Gqeberha, the empire is here. Africa. So as we grow, let's grow with knowledge, and let's respect our brands, because that's how we're going to be able to reach that platform of being known internationally. You start small, and then you find yourself growing into bigger platforms that are around in South Africa and also internationally. I think that's about it. I'm not going to, if there's any other questions.
Thank you for that. I'm seeing my program director or facilitator already standing up. I think you shared some key inputs around the issue of quality and standards, and also the aspects of commercial viability of films, and also some of the platforms that are there and what you are currently looking for in terms of content, which genres you are focusing on, and also reflecting on the low uptake in terms of content that is also coming up, coming from the province. So I think there are opportunities for content producers from this province. Yeah, 4%. 4% is the number. We also hear from TTIC that there's low uptake in terms of the incentives that are available for the film industry.
There's an important portal that you need to be on called the CSD, the Central Supply Database, which is obviously where all your, So you need to, all your compliance things sit on the CSD. So before you can before you can work with any state-owned or any government agency, you have to be compliant on CSD. So once you start filling in your one application, you'll very quickly get told you need to have your CSD number ready to go. So then you've got to go and you've got to do all of that. Then you come back to that because they're going to reference that CSD application. So yeah, it is part of doing business.
I wanted to share this bit of information in my presentation, but we used the PowerPoints. But one of the resources in Germany, the World Cinema Fund, which gives funding for the development, production, and post-production of films, also has its interest in audience development, audience engagement strategies. And since their reason of existence is to support the development of World Cinema Fund region film industries, they do cooperate with these countries, national film institutes or festivals, or even sometimes it could be through the TV stations or so on, to do workshops on these audience development strategies. They have done it around the world, in Brazil, Burkina Faso, Cuba. Yeah, I thought maybe this could be a piece of information to think on. It could be done with South Africa. It could be linked with the World Cinema Fund.
Thank you. Let's give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lazarus, for actually handling this session very well. It was very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard people from SAPC about the commissioning rights, our distribution. Why is it important when you actually at a developmental stage, always think of the distribution as well? Thank you.
So today, as you know, it's a great opportunity to understand a bit about script writing. And luckily, there's another gentleman with me, Uloyiso, who's also going to, divide the presentation. I'm going to open up my presentation, but before that, there is a register, a very important one, that's circulating. Please kindly do make it circulate so that it does get to everyone. I would love for everyone to share their details so that we can keep in touch. Master classes are really just master classes, and so therefore there might be questions and more information you might need, or an extension of master class.
Could we have everyone who's sitting up there please come down so we can have a bit of more interaction?
Let's make this session very warm. Let's get close to each other. You know, this is just it's as much as it's not formal, it's not informal either. But, you know, let's make it conversational. Let's make it interactive as best as possible. We don't have a long time to go around this. But I think this is a very important session for everyone that's here, especially budding, upcoming filmmakers that are film writers. This is very important, you know. Okay. So basically, this is an example of a script that we had developed with a couple of participants. One of our participants was here, Asa. And it's a script, a very short script. And the film is called The Love Pledge, right? So everyone here has obviously noted the non-disclosure of this. This is an example to show you guys exactly what a live script is all about, right? So we're not expecting anyone to obviously reproduce, but anyways, it has its non-disclosure agreements and everything to that effect. Right, now that we've moved on, so to start off with, right, when you are starting to write a script, I think the most important thing is not to overthink things, right? Do not overrush yourself either, because obviously we know the film industry moves, right? But at the same time, as much as it's moving fast, we're not going anywhere, you know. Funders aren't going anywhere, no one's going anywhere. So what you do want to do is to spend time in actually developing something that is going to be fundable, right? That is relevant, that is actually going to be of good interest. So your starting point is, if you write alone, I mean, we're not saying it's a bad idea to write alone, it's good, but at the same time, it's good to have fillers from other writers, co-writers. In this instance, you'll see here, there's about, how many writers? There's 11, right? We've got 11 writers for a 30-minute short film. But guess what? All those 11 writers, they wrote something in the script. And that's what made it interesting, right? And when you watch television, when you watch, especially what I like to watch actually, what I always say to writers, start watching the local content. Umzansi Bioscope. Some of the stuff might be fluff, some of the stuff is really, really good. But look at the credits. How many writers for all those stories? You'll find, there's 5 writers, right? Each one of them wrote a certain element out of the script, which gave the script life. You know, because sometimes you can have writer's block and think to yourself, actually, you know what, maybe I'm not good enough. Nobody is never good enough for anything. You just need to add an essence of what you need to do when you write a script. So that's why I'm saying that teamwork is good. It's good. Let's get used to having a build-up of teamwork, because somebody else might be good in writing comical elements of the story, you know, like funny bits of the character, what they're going to do. Somebody is good at writing the dramatic effect of the character. Maybe they got into a bit of like drama into the script, you know. Somebody else might be good in writing the controversy of the script. Somebody else might be good in concluding the script, you know. You never know. But the most important thing is that you need to keep the script alive, you know, from beginning, middle, and end. Because literally, your script has those 3 important fundamentals. The introduction, how are you bringing the audience into the start of this film? Because as much as you're writing the script, is not about like poetry. Poetry is you projecting. You know what I mean? You're just projecting your feelings, you're projecting the moment, you're projecting whatever. With the script, how are you introducing the viewer? The viewer is not involved in what the reading is all about, it's only the funder. But sorry, I am getting distracted with the in and out. Anyways, the viewer is only involved at the visuals. How you're introducing the story has to be dynamic. You know what I mean? Like your opening scene, you've got to write it as the viewer wants to see it. You know what I mean? Like for me, the first 2 minutes, if actually 30 minutes, because nowadays we've got a short concentration span, the first 30 seconds of that film, if it's not captivating or interesting, I flip the channel. You know what I mean? Like that means as a writer, you didn't quite get the idea of how you actually bring your audience, how you rope your audience in. So my thing about the introduction is very, very important. How you actually introduce your story is a very powerful effect on how your audience will actually appreciate the story. So this story is literally all about the issue of teenage pregnancy, right? Now, it's a PSA, but we're not going to develop it as a dry PSA. We've seen multiple of adverts and all of that, because obviously storytelling is all about what is the message you're trying to bring into the story. Every story has a message. For example, we see a lot of content nowadays that is all about violence. I think those messages all about, okay, where is the violence stemming from? Where is the environment coming from? But I think that kind of content, we've overseen it. Therefore, what else could be new? You know what I mean? How else can we bring different messages into our films? For example, currently, this is an issue of the current pandemic, of teenage pregnancy. But we don't want to make it boring for them, but do not get pregnant. Right? We're not going to do that. We're going to create a live effect. And that is where you as the writer comes in, right? You create the live effect. Like, we started this with 10 years after the actual, what the storyline is all about, right? I mean, that's the introduction. We see them, this girl's graduated, they've got this house, they're driving a Mercedes-Benz, you know, that's cool. That's cool, they're young, they got money, they're a young couple coming into this new age world. And that is interesting for the viewer. We're trying to captivate the young people. We want them to see what it means to be young, powerful, educated, with houses, cars, and a livelihood, a good livelihood. We all can do that. We all deserve that. We don't deserve to be stuck in one place, right? So that's how we start this film. And that was the idea of how we introduce the audience to this particular story, right? Then it goes on. We see them popping champers, the girls wearing a PhD gown. Interesting. Black woman wearing a PhD gown. We don't often see that, but now we're seeing it. On where it's going to go onto our local Mzansi Magic bioscopes. You know. Great, fantastic, it's inspirational. Now that people want to see, but okay, after that, what's next? You know what I mean? And also how you pace your introduction is very important, because we cannot over-explain what is going on. Like, don't give the whole entire film, but introduce the essence of what the film could be about. You know what I mean? Don't over-explain yourself, don't under-explain yourself either. You see where the balance, what I'm trying to say, is where the balance should be. So, so it goes on, and then they have a bit of dialogue. Now, dialogue is very important, right? Because you're introducing the characters. The characters have got to have a life. Now, if you have, let's say, for example, you have 10 characters, and obviously there could only be 2 main characters in the story. But each of those 10 characters that you have got to have their own essence of, they've got to have their own lives, right? You can't bring in a character to say, okay, maybe they were friends with the main character. All of a sudden, in this whole entire film, you never see this other character, but in the beginning you introduce them. You know what I mean? That's bad, because then I, as a viewer, I'm so stuck in the beginning of, hey man, this main character had a friend. You know what I mean? What happened to that friend? You want to know, you know, because why are they friends in the beginning? Or maybe you see them like discussing a hot topic. You want to see a follow-up of that hot topic about where did it end off? Does the friend have a controversy in some way or another? So that's where dialogue comes in. That's where you can introduce now your character's strengths. You can say the guy, now here in this instance you have the Mrs. and the Mr. Now you know, okay, this is a couple who's actually married, right? They're married, they're young, and he's now saying this, she's saying that. And automatically you can also see in the script that, okay, these two are actually educated. They've got good lives, right? So that's how you do that. You build your characters, and so you also build them into your first introduction. And how your introduction is you would have to follow suit with that. So in this instance, we then end off our intro of 10 years before, and we ended off with 10 years, I mean, it's 10 years after, sorry, and now we introduced the actual film, which is 10 years earlier, right? So you get to actually understand why you saw them in the car, driving into their house. She's wearing a PhD gown, and, you know, they're celebrating, popping champagne. You understand that. 10 years earlier, it takes us where? To Ulwazi High School. So now where are we? We are in 10 years earlier. And where are we? Interior of the high school. Ulwazi High School Science Lab Day. A very important information to your script. Because I, as a person who does DOP, is not interested in the fluff of this character was doing this and, you know, whatever. They are interested to know, okay, are we shooting inside? Right, we're gonna need lights, of course, right? We're gonna need a certain type of camera. They are more interested in the technicality of what this whole thing needs to come together. Now, you as a director, you need to actually make sure that the technical people obviously have this, which you work with your DOP, but you are the one who understands the script from the writer. So you as the writer, the most important thing is to give the information. We can't just go to Ulwazi High School Science Lab and that's finished. You know what I mean? You've got to give information, but do not overbear the info. There's a jargon, there are jargons, and I think Uloyiso will go through the technicalities of script writing. There's a certain particular language of writing, right? So we've got the interior. She's at the science lab, and who are we talking about? We're talking about the girl we saw in the PhD gown. But now we are seeing her in high school, right? We're gonna give questions and everything to that effect after. So yeah, sorry, can you obviously keep my time level, right? So here we've got Nakane, that's the name of the girl. She's 18, she's in high school. You've given that information without overtelling the information. I mean, it's early in the morning, dedicate Nakane, 18, is in the science lab conducting an experiment. We obviously understand science lab. Now we see she is buff. She's doing science, she's a buff, she knows her stuff. And that's how serious she is with her life. Now the reason we picked Ulwazi High School, for those who don't know Ulwazi, is that it's actually a high achieving school in the township of Umdantsane, right? And we picked that for obvious reasons, to inspire young girls, young men, young boys, so that they can actually reach their destinations no matter the environment, okay? I think most of township-based environments, it's always about, yes, right? It's never celebratory stories. These people are getting 90%, 100% in high school. So that's where we're coming from here, and those are the details that you have to move into your story without overpowering and giving your story a boring essence. Okay? We can talk about the dress code, what she's wearing, and all of that, to give everybody else the information. So you as a writer, you have to think about these things, right? As much as you're writing the story, you've got this brilliant concept, but you've also got to know the rest of the production. You've got to know that there's actually a what? A DOP, there's lighting, there's scripts, there's cameras, there's wardrobe, there's makeup. You know what I mean? The rest of it. You've got to bring that into your script because everyone's got to know the information. You know, I as a wardrobe, used to be a wardrobe assistant, I'll now sit and read a 56-page script. But when an assistant director gives me the breakdown of the shooting schedule, that each and every day we're going to need 3 extras. We're going to need them to dress in school uniform. We're going to need the main character dressed in a lab because that's the what they're going to have to wear the day. They all need to just bring snippets of your script, right? So that's why that information is important for you to add it into your script without sounding very much like you are over-explaining. The script must flow. You know what I mean? I mean, you're creative. You're creative. Think about it. You know what I mean? That's why I'm saying don't rush yourself because you've got pressure. Oh my God, people are producing films. Oh Lordy Lord. You know, I've got to bring this film out. No. You take your time because you want to produce something that is of good quality, of good understanding, of good relevance. Right? Okay? So, we go on, right? We go on as to what Nakan is doing at the science lab. Now make the science lab interesting. She can't be the only person there. That's boring. It's cool, I mean, if she's a really extravagant character and she's got multiple characteristics within her and she can do 3 acts. She don't want to do that, right? Because we're all about bringing other characters in. So obviously we bring in other people into play, right? Friends or exterior environments, teachers, or whatever, you know, it is all up to you as to what it is that you're going to make her interesting. What is it you're going to make the viewer see? Okay? So we still go on. And the most important thing, you've got to always, like I say, and I'm going to always talk about this, give your team information. If you are saying now she is coming in the same room, but you want her to do something else in the same room, because obviously we've got to turn the cameras around, she's got to have different movements. You've got to write that, cut to, still mention, interior, Ulwazi High School, IT lab. Now that's a different place, right? Or it's a different, still the same room, different scene, different environment, different things that the person's doing. Nonetheless, in this one, we're cutting to who? Kawe. Who's Kawe? He's 18. Kawe is who? The hubby we saw in the beginning. Right? Now, 10 years before, earlier, he's the web design guy. Now you can team it up because now you understand why they actually got money. He was an IT technician, and he's now also brilliant, because we know IT technicians are brilliant, right? So he does the... No, they should be. They should be. They must be buffs. We cannot. They must just be buffs. And then you also see him also, you know, teaching other kids and all of that. But here, what the writer has done is that they've actually brought in a controversy with Ukawe. Now, you're not going to be obvious with your controversy and say, controversy. You must move it in properly. You know what I mean? Here, his controversy, he takes out a picture of his grandmother, all right? And he sits there and he smiles. Then all of a sudden, what happens? His phone rings. It's his brother who's calling. And you can already imagine, but he's changed from that phone call. His body language changes. And it's probably, obviously, could be about the grandmother. Right? Those are the things. You've got to think. You know what I mean? Think, plan, and involve your story. Evolve it as well. Now, obviously now we know that the phone rang. Now you can't just leave the audience hanging, the phone rang, and then obviously, boom, it's already in the other scene. The audience is going to want to know, what was that phone call all about? You bring that in, right? So now obviously this is dialogue. Phone call conversation is between the brother, Uqawe, and his brother. Now we already know, but okay, he's got a brother, right? They talk, it's talking about the grandmother. Bah, did you give her pills? Blah, blah, blah. Already now, the pill situation gives you an idea of what the grandmother is, right? Boom. And those are things that you bring in to explain what is going on. Okay? And then it goes on, the conversation ends. But it doesn't end like that. We see him now, body language changes, right? We've got to number and label. So that when the assistant director comes and wants to break down your script into a schedule, they know, but okay, page 4, scene so-and-so is what we're shooting today. Because we're not going to shoot in the order of how you wrote the script, like exterior, interior. We're probably going to want to shoot interior scenes first, then move to the exterior, because we also have to think of the weather. Yeah, you get what I mean? Okay? So now here we are. Now we heard the bell ringing for assembly, right? We heard that. So now we bring why the bell was ringing. We're bringing it to Ulwazi High School Assembly Day. Right? Now we're following through the story. What's going on in the assembly? Typical assembly day for any school. Principal is talking, all the learners are out there. It's an active move. You know what I mean? Everybody's there. That is a beautiful thing, because now you have a whole wide of people, students, everyone is there. How are you going to treat this scene is a very important thing. And also the other thing is you have to think about as the writer is the budget. For I, the producer, I'm not going to pay 180 students. No, thank you. No, thank you. That will cut the budget deeply. But we've got to be strategic about it, right? So you work with the school as the producer. So writer, okay, what's your vision? We'd like to have a full assembly day, and we want all the students, 180 of them, principal, teachers, everyone out there. Now what's our plan? Okay, no, don't worry, I'll speak to the principal. When's your assembly day? Boom, right? So that's how you work with your script. You must work hand in hand with your producer. That's just how it works. As a writer, get a good producer. Find one. There are producers. They're there. They're alive. They're kicking. They're fresh with wanting to find that money. Okay, I do love money. I really, really do. And I really love good scripts, because good scripts equal money. Right? Yes. You know what I mean? So my idea here is that you as a script writer, you do your thing. You know what I mean? And you do it so well that I can actually get that money for us, you know? But also do not kill the budget with the overbearing ideas. So anyways, we've got the principal. The principal has to talk, right? So they talk. It's all about that. And obviously here, the principal is giving ideas about the achievers. We're giving them presentation, we're applauding them, we want the achievers to be known. Good, right? So that's what the principal is talking about. And then we introduce the other characters of the story. We are introducing them through the prize giving of the day of the assembly. We've got Usmamgele, he's been given an award. He's also 18, meaning he's also in grade 12. He's got what? 92%. Wow. You know what I mean? That's applaudable. It's worth to be given an award. So we go on. You've also got to give us other kids giving us applause, you know. It's not like you're not gonna, you have to tell, but what are the school children doing? Are they cheering? Are they applauding? They're gonna do something. You've got to write that in. Okay, then it goes on, and then Ukawe speaks, and then Mr. Boy obviously is the principal. I mean, we actually have one of the characters that was here, which is cool. Mr. Kaso, there he is, who was our principal. Anyways, so you give that information, right? It's there, it's got to be there. We've got to know what is going on. Okay, cool. So the learners disperse to class. Boom, we're done with that scene. But now where are we going to? We're going to class, right? In class, Mr. Boy again, who's the principal, who also now is the teacher. Now we know. Okay, Mr. Boy is how old? He's 45. He's giving what? Life orientation lessons. Interesting for a male character to give life orientations lessons because we're talking about the obvious topic here. And this is now the middle of the script, right? Almost towards the middle of the script. Now this is where you are introducing the essence of your topic. Why are we doing this film? And here the topic is about teenage pregnancy. And this is where we are introducing the actual topic at hand. 5 minutes, okay, cool. This is where we are introducing the topic at hand, and we do it through a life orientation lesson. Because we don't want to be boring and obvious, but at the same time, we've got to pass the message because the film is a PSA at the end of the day, right? Okay, so it goes on. Other characters are talking, they're laughing, they don't want to talk about the topic. You know what I mean? It's a topic that no one talks about, but we have to bring it in. But it ends up being interesting because the children become interactive, right? And that's the whole point. And that is the point of what schools should be doing, is to give the children information about the situation. You know what I mean? And about the importance of earning your distinctions so that you can pass and be something in life and not have kids and let your life like wait a bit. Anyway, so it goes on. So I've got 5 more minutes. I'm not going to go now further into the detail, but the middle part of your script, that is where you bring your controversy. Now, all your characters in the introduction portions of your script, you would have brought in some type of idea where some of the issues in. For example, Ukawe, we could see there was a problem with the grandmother and the brother. In the middle of the script, now you bring in that controversy. We need to see, where's this grandmother, what happened, blah, blah, blah. Now in the script, we see the grandmother has passed away. There's a hearse outside the house. Ukawe comes home from soccer practice. There's a hearse outside there, and blah, 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 right? Now we can see the idea of it. So that's the meat of your film. You've got to bring in the controversy, the solutions, the intensity of things. Also now, we also know that in the story, the Kawe and Unakane, they are actually lovers in high school. That's also something you've got to bring in, because we can't talk about teenage pregnancy and not also bring in the relationship aspect of these high school people. But now the turnaround of this is now way towards the conclusion of the story, is that they get themselves into a situation, because your characters and your viewers, you've got to give them the situation. So they end up doing the deed, And they realize in the end that this is a problem that could lead to pregnancy. She gets paranoid, her mom is a nurse, and so it goes on, right? But in the conclusion, why it's called the love pledge is that she breaks it off with him because she wants to focus in studies, and that is what it is. But 10 years later, in the beginning, they're together, married, because why? They made a conscious decision. That's your conclusion, right? So I'm rushing all of this because I'm running out of time, but I want you to keep in mind, make a note, that when you write, you've got to keep it interesting. That's why you can bring in other writers if it's your first time writing, right? And you know that maybe you're going to get dry or you're going to have writer's block, so that they bring in the other elements and the other meat of it and all sorts of technicalities within. Maybe you've got a stronger writer that understands the jargon, you know, bring them in to make sure that they can bring your script alive. And so, ladies and gents, to the filmmakers, to the writers, I wish you all the best, but you know what? Write your details on that register and we will keep in touch. And should you guys need any extensive sessions of this type particular training, we are here. You're not alone, okay? And that's me, Usivu Kiba. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kiba, for that lovely presentation. For those of you who joined us at our first outreach screening in Joza Youth Hub, you might have watched Ms. Kiba's documentary called Uhadi. Unfortunately, on the day, we weren't able to have a Q&A, so if you do have any questions regarding that as well, I'll allow it. But as Sivu said, let's keep things interesting. I'm going to now welcome our next speaker, Mr. Loiso Makoma, who is a seasoned producer, screenwriter, and script consultant, whose work you might have seen on Umubango. Okay. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Guys, my job is to write every day. Okay? So I write every day. Sylvia speaks to you about script. There's no script without story. Okay? The only thing a script really does is to relay story. Does that make sense? Okay, in the context of production, everyone in the production does their job based on a script. She mentioned DOP, she mentioned the fact that she's a producer. What do they work on? A script. Directors work off it. HODs work off it. Everybody works off it. The writers work off what? The writers work off what? The writers work off nothing. How? The writers work off nothing. You're the creator. Right? The writers in a production are the only people that create. Does that make sense? Yes. Right? They are therefore the most important people, but do they get the credit? No, they don't. They don't. Okay? So what I want to run you guys through is writing is very tough, okay? And everyone lives under this conception that writing is easy. It's the hardest thing that you'll ever do, okay? But it's also the simplest thing that you'll ever do. And that's what I want to talk about today, okay? What's the first thing about life? What moves the world forward? What moves your life forward? Think about it. Guys, what moves our lives forward? Why do we all exist? Why do we exist? It's because our fathers wanted our mothers. And our mothers in turn wanted our fathers. Right? It is desire. It is wanting something. Does that make sense? If you don't want something, you are stagnant. You just sit here. As soon as you want something, it compels you to move forward, to move toward what you want. Does that make sense? Do I have to have this thing? Yeah. Who's the youngest person in this room? How do you know? Come. Any one of you can come. So come stand right over here. Okay. So now here's the thing. She wants a tin of Fanta. Please go get your tin of Fanta. She gets what she wants, the way in which she wants it. Are you guys intrigued by that? No. Not really. Okay? Please put the Fanta down. Now I need a brute of a man. Now I need a brute of a man. Eh? Isa. So guys, here's another thing about wanting something, right? If you want something, what is immediately attached to it? Eh? Okay, I'm almost after something simpler than that. When you want something, our immediate curiosity is whether you are going to get it or not. Does that make sense? So can you see wanting something is our first point of curiosity? Does that make sense? Because it raised the question, are you going to get what you're after or aren't you? Okay, come. What's your name? Silu. Her name is Silu. Can we give her her character name, please? No, she's not Silu, she's acting. So she has to have a character name. What's a character name? Ndando. Okay. All right. What's your name, sir? Loverboy. Okay, you Loverboy. Okay. Right. So the first time what happened? She walked over and she claimed her goal. What's changed? There's an obstacle. So guys, these are the fundamentals that people miss out on in writing. Okay? A lot of people come into our industry and they don't learn the fundamentals and they learn the wrong way of writing story. Does that make sense? You can never have someone wanting something and not have an obstacle in the way of getting it. Does that make sense? Go get your goal again. You understand? Is it now as easy to get what she is after? Right. Okay. So guys, we have to have someone wanting something, right? And we have to have an obstacle that stops that person from getting it. Does that make sense? Because that makes the pursuit harder. Right? Fundamentally, story is a test. Ultimately. Does that make sense? Okay, can you guys please go back to your positions? Let's talk about the nature of a desire. Right now, you guys don't go away, come back. So let's talk about the nature of a desire. Is the pursuit of a tin of Fanta interesting? Are you serious? Okay. Let me approach it from this direction. Okay? The smaller the pursuit, the less interesting the pursuit. The bigger the pursuit, the more important the pursuit. Right? The more interested in it we are. Does that make sense? Okay? I wish I could make an example. Nothing comes to mind at the moment. But let's try and make this Fanta important so we're more interested in the story. Okay? The reason that our story has to be the most interesting story there is because it competes. Okay? You don't create something that sits anywhere that doesn't compete with something alongside it. Okay? So we go out at 9 p.m. What else is at 9 p.m.? Mubango on SABC 2, there's a show on SABC 1, there's a show on Mzansi Magic. And we have to make sure that the bulk of the people in that time slot watch our show, right? So can we present goals that are minuscule? Can we present goals that are unimportant? No, when you walk into a cinema If you have made a movie, is your placard the only one that's going to be there? There's going to be others alongside it, right? And the task is of the South Africans even harder. Because if your South African movie, your movie for a South African placard is there, chances are what's alongside it? Hollywood blockbusters. Does that make sense? Right? So what is going to make people, your audience, decide, I want to watch this instead of what we know is going to deliver what we want? Okay? So you guys need to live with that reality. Too often we present things that come to mind as, a first thought. Does that make sense? Right? And when we do that, we are playing in the space of mediocrity. Does that make sense? You guys have to learn to elevate yourselves because you're competing all the time. It's an art form, guys, but at the end of the day, it's a business. Someone is going to put money into your project because they want to get money out. So if your film doesn't perform, you suffer a loss. You reduce the chance of being able to make another one. Does that make sense? Okay? So let's take Fanta and make it interesting because right now it's just a drink. What makes this important? There is cannabis. I put in my, there's no cannabis in this one. Yes. No. Yes. It's the last Fanta on earth. So can you see? Suddenly I'm interested. Does that make sense? It's the last Fanta on earth. And if it's the last Fanta on earth, what is she likely? A collector. So it is important to her. Does that make sense? Can you see? Now it's not just a drink anymore. It's a collector's item. And it's the last of its kind. Are we making it more important? Are we applying our minds more? Good. Let's apply our minds further. What else could make the Fanta interesting? It's an antidote. Beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. So let's then go here, guys. Right? So what we've established now is that the first thing when you're a storyteller, right? See, there speaks about, what is it? The what block? Creative block. Creative block doesn't exist if you approach story the right way. Creative block means you write story without knowing what your story is. Of course you'll get stuck. Does that make sense? All right? So the first thing is you have to know what you want. Does that make sense? A tin of Fanta, right? And then you have to know what stops your protagonist, because this is your protagonist. This is the person who the story is about. Does that make sense? What stops them from getting that Fanta, right? Then you introduce Loverboy. Does that make sense? Okay? And the thing about it is, it's a pity I don't have a flip chart here because I would have written these things down. If you guys have pens and papers, write this stuff down. Okay? So the first thing is you have to want something. The second thing is what stops you from getting it. Does that make sense? Okay? I'm going to jump past the next point quickly just to make the next point, if that makes sense. All right. So in the pursuit of this tin of Fanta, right, you know who the obstacle is. What do we call the obstacle? We call the obstacle the antagonist. Does that make sense? Okay? Now listen carefully. What's your character name again? Ndando. Okay. Listen carefully. What does Ndando stand to lose if she doesn't achieve her goal? Say that again. Why do I care about that?
She should probably die because that's the only antidote.
Okay, whoa. Now we have to separate things because in one instance she's a collector. So this is the last of its kind. In the other permutation, this is an antidote. Does that make sense? Right? If she's going to lose her life, if this is the antidote, what is wrong with her? She's on? She's got COVID. Okay. So guys, here's another thing. Story requires you to be very specific. Does that make sense? Right? Now think about it carefully. If I am at the beginning of COVID and I want an antidote, is my audience going to care? Because I'm still at full faculty. Does that make sense? An antidote becomes important when I'm on the brink of death. Because you're always elevating. You're always competing. Does that make sense? Okay, so if that's an antidote, what's wrong with her? Maybe? Beautiful. Okay. Okay. So can you see? This was a drink at first, right? But the thing is, tell you what, I'm going to discard antidote because this is not medicine. So that falls out. We can't use it, right? We have to elevate a sugary drink. We have to elevate a sugary drink. And I think under the circumstances that we've created now, even this being a collector's item is kind of halfway there, but it's not fully there. Does that make sense? Right? So can you see how you have to challenge yourself all the time as a writer? Right? I was seduced by an antidote, and then I have to remind myself, it's a nice drink. It's not an antidote. So how do we elevate a nice drink? Yes?
So she, I guess the last one, right? So it's the last one of its kind. So she's the one, she has to taste it because her family, like, it's in the family, it's been there for a long time. And there's only one in Earth, right? So she has to find it, right? So
Okay.
it's the last one, she has to taste it.
Right. Okay. So, guys, here's the thing. I asked the question again. We've established what she wants. She wants a tin of Fanta, right? We've established what stands against her. Ulava boy doesn't want her to get it for whatever reasons he doesn't want her to get it for. What does she stand to lose if she doesn't get her hands on this drink? Yes?
All right, I'll just try to make a scenario, right? So that's the protagonist or the antagonist of the story, or lover boy is the antagonist.
No, this is the goal. This is not the antagonist. Ndando's the protagonist. Antagonist, yeah.
So they come from this successful families, right?
No, I don't want scenarios, guys. I don't want stories. I don't want stories. I don't want stories. What does she stand to lose if she doesn't get this drink? Yes, Ndando, the protagonist of the story. We'll get the answer from you. What the hell is sleep paralysis? Okay. Guys, the only point that I'm trying to make, right, is that you constantly have to elevate. Even I had to think about it. Have you guys heard of something called hypoglycemia? What is hypoglycemia? It's when your blood sugar levels fall below a certain point. And when your blood sugar levels drop below a certain point, it is life-threatening. Your life is in danger. Does that make sense? What do you need in order to raise your blood sugar levels? You need sugar. What is in Fanta? Does that make sense? Right? Does that make sense? Right? So can you see? It's not about elevating for the sake of elevating. You have to elevate it in the context of the fact that this is a sugary drink. Those are the parameters that you set for yourself. Does that make sense? It can't be anything else. Does that make sense? Now, this is no longer just a sugary drink. Because if she has got hypoglycemia, her life depends on it. Or her grandmother's life depends on it. Fanta has now become a matter of life or death. Have we elevated? Absolutely. Does that make sense? Right? So guys, don't be mediocre when you create story. Don't be mediocre when you create story. Does that make sense? Okay.
Why would you find the country get coke?
So, to answer you, no? It's, look, what I didn't come here, what I didn't come here to do is just to stand here and talk. I wanted to interact with you. right? So my objective when I came in here is to get anything that's got sugar in it. Does that make sense? Into yokuqala ndikhangele ichocolate, but ayikho. Does that make sense? And then I got a drink, and there was no Coke, there was only Fanta. But the principle is exactly the same. Okay? The principle is exactly the same. That's it. Okay? So what have we got at the moment? We've got you must want something. Does that make sense? And whatever you want, guys, has to be significant. Right? It has to be significant. So let me ask you guys a question. When you're watching a show, why are you engaged? Why are you engaged when you watch something? What's going to happen next? Do you know, I also didn't know the answer to this until someone said it. You watch because you care. Because you care. Yeah, Qatar. You watch, it's as simple as that. And if you don't care, you will not watch. It's as simple as that. Does that make sense? Right? So if a protagonist is pursuing this purely because it's a sugary drink, I don't think we'll really care. As soon as we know she's got hypoglycemia and she needs a sugar rush, suddenly we might be interested. Does that make sense? Okay? So the goal has to be significant. The goal has to be something that makes you care. The goal has to be something that makes you question, oh my goodness, are they really going to achieve it or not? Because you understand it's important for them to get it. Does that make sense? Okay, right. So the first thing is, you have to understand, you have to determine specifically what your goal is. And guys, happiness is not a goal. Happiness is not a goal. Love is not a goal. Does that make sense? Right? What is it that physically represents love in your story? It could well be that it's a love story. Intombazana, enegama elithile. You understand? That is your goal. So it has to be specific, it can never be broad. Right? Because if you're after love, if you're after happiness, those aren't goals, those are themes. A goal is practical. Does that make sense? A goal is practical. So for instance, I'll make an example. If we're watching a legal drama and two people are in court, right? And a lawyer wants to get a client off. What does the lawyer want? A lot of people say justice. No. They want to win this particular case. So you have to be specific. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So I jumped back and now I'm going to come forward. So it's what does Thando want? What stops her from getting it? But a very important question is, in fact, what stops her from getting it is the third question. First question is, what does she want? The second is, why does she want it? You guys have already answered that question. Why does she want it? Why does she want it? She wants to save her life. She wants to save her life. Does that make sense? What does she want? Why does she want it? What stops her from getting it? So we've covered those three so far, right? Okay. And then the fourth one is, what does she stand to lose if she doesn't get what she wants? And can you see that answer is very closely related to why she wants it? Does that make sense? I wish I could write, but I can't. All right, it's fine. Okay, so lover boy, go stand there again. Okay? And sondela man, ube sesiphakathi in the middle. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. All right. So we very much dealt with the technical aspects of story, right? We want a goal. We have a goal. We have a reason why we want the goal. There's something standing in the way of us getting that goal. And we know what the risk is if we don't get our goal. It's life or death. Does that make sense? Okay? Now, the person pursuing this goal is not a cardboard. right? A character at the end of the day is also a human being. Does that make sense? Right? And unfortunately, the nature of a human being is that if Loverboy is the antagonist, do you think that's Ndando's only antagonist? What else is her antagonist? Why herself? If she doesn't have confidence, right? Okay? More answers, please. Why is she herself an antagonist? Yeah. Okay? So guys, as people, whether we like it or not, there are things that we battle with internally. Some of us are cowards. Some of us suffer anxiety. Some of us don't trust. Does that make sense? The list goes on and on and on and on. Does that make sense? Right? Those are the things that make us human. And they are called flaws. Does that make sense? Right? So if Ndando has a flaw, she's already battling internal demons. Is she going to overcome Loverboy while she's still harboring these internal demons? Does that make sense? Right? So what does she first have to do in order to defeat lovers? She has to conquer herself. Does that make sense? Guys, when you watch film, when you watch movies, is the character that you start with at the beginning the same as the character at the end? No. The process of story is a journey of transformation. Does that make sense? Right? So you always start out with a less than complete person, right? And you target the area in which they are incomplete. And the purpose of your story is to make them overcome that thing so that by the end they are complete. Does that make sense? So she will never beat lovers until she's confronted whatever it is within her that is a shortcoming. Does that make sense? Right? Okay. So the reason that that is important is, I said to you earlier, when you watch something you have to care. You care immediately when you're watching another human being on screen, right? Because that you can relate to, because an aspect of you is exactly like that person. Does that make sense? As soon as you watch someone with a shortcoming, you can emotionally attach because you're also at the same time dealing with your own stuff. Does that make sense? Okay? So let's go through those questions again. Guys, 45 minutes is not a lot of time, right? So the only thing, and I'll probably run out of time before I get to where I want to get anyway. Does that make sense? Okay? But hopefully I'll get through the first phase of what I need to get through. So the first question is, what does your protagonist want? Right? The second question is, who are they? What do you guys think that speaks to? In fact, first question is, what do they want? In brackets, write goal. In brackets, write goal. And then the second question is, who is your protagonist? In brackets, write flaw. What is the internal issue that they're dealing with? Does that make sense? And sometimes, though a flaw is second, you'll probably have to work out all the other stuff before you get to the flaw. I hope that doesn't confuse you. Okay? Who is your protagonist? The third question is, why do they want what they want? And that's motivation. A character that wants something that is not motivated, there's no story there. You can't just want something for the sake of wanting it. There must be an important reason that you do want it. Does that make sense? Okay. What number is that number? What do they want? Who are they? Why do they want it? Okay? What stands in the way of them getting it? Right? So can you see that's where we separate the external antagonist versus the internal antagonist. The internal antagonist is, who are they? Another way of phrasing the question is, what's wrong with them? That's their first antagonist, the inner one. right? As soon as you get to the question of what stands in the way of them achieving their goal, that's the external antagonist. Does that make sense? Okay? And then the last question is, what do they stand to lose if they don't achieve their goal? Those are called the stakes of the story. Does that make sense? Right? Do you guys know what stakes are? That's it. The stakes have to be high. That's it. That's it. And would you also, if you lose that case and the audience knows that the person that has been charged is innocent, it makes it even worse. Does that make sense? Because they're going to be wrongfully prosecuted. Does that make sense? Okay? So the thing about it is that we don't know that this is where story starts. These basic questions, right? And our nature, when we say we're writers, we're too busy wanting to write. You first have to figure out these things. Because if you don't figure out these things, you will get stuck. Does that make sense? Now, having answered all those questions for Ndando, what is the next thing then that you have to do? And this is a mistake that a lot of writers make, okay? Because we are under the misconception that story is just about Ndando, it's just about the protagonist. You then have to take all those questions and you have to answer them for lovers. Because he's not a cardboard. He's not two-dimensional. He's also a fully fledged character. Does that make sense? Right? Why does he want to stop her? Right? What does he want, in fact? Right? Does he just want to stop her, or does he also want the can? Does that make sense? If he wants the can also, and the thing about it, guys, what you have to understand, if the protagonist and the antagonist are not after the same thing, you don't have a story. If they're after separate things, you don't have a story. Right? They are bound by the same thing, by finding purpose and being after the same thing. Does that make sense? So if Lovers also wants the Coke for himself, or the Fanta for himself, sorry, right? You then have to ask, why does he want it? What stands in his way of getting it, which is Ndando. Does that make sense? And then you have to answer the question of, if he doesn't get that Fanta, what does he stand to lose? Does that make sense? Okay. So you have to answer the questions for both. If you start with answering the questions for the two primary characters, because the protagonist and the antagonist are your two primary characters in any telling. Does that make sense? Right? You're halfway to knowing what your story is about. This is the difficult work, right? A lot of people either don't do this work. If they do it, they only do it for the protagonist and they don't do it for the antagonist. Take it a step further and do it for the antagonist, right? Because if you don't do that work for the antagonist, what's going to happen when Siva comes along? Because she's a producer. She's going to start casting actors, right? And if she casts good actors, what is the question good actors are going to ask? Right? Can you tell me my character? And you've only done this work for Ndando, which means that Ulavas doesn't have a character biography because you didn't ask those questions for his character. It's the answering of these questions, guys, that helps you derive your character biography for the character. Because then an actor is clear, oh, I want that. I know why I want it. Oh, okay, I understand Lovers is my antagonist already. Can you see? Before they even read the script, they have a clear idea of who their characters are. Does that make sense? Okay. Why did I ask for the youngest person in the room? Why did I ask for the youngest person in the room?
Maybe they are less, or rather not strong, or maybe weaker.
Right. Okay. Yeah? Anyone else? Right. Okay. Yeah? Lovers. Lovers was once in my class, so he knows the answers to all these questions. I just remembered. Okay. And why I specifically, intentionally, said I'm looking for a brute of a man.
Why did I ask for that? Yes. Right. Okay, yes? No, no. Guys, look, with every aspect of story, we're trying to make our story more interesting, right? We elevated a tin of Fanta, right, into something that had to do with life and death. So we're always elevating. That was one aspect. That was the goal. Does that make sense? In every aspect, we are elevating, right? Now, the thing about it is that if this was Jean-Claude Van Damme in his heyday, would getting the Coke be a problem even if Lovers was in the way? Wouldn't. Because she'd just karate kick him and she'd get the Fanta. Does that make sense? Right? So the dynamic between the protagonist and the antagonist has to always be David versus Goliath. Does that make sense? That's why I asked for the youngest person in the room. That's why I asked for a brute of a man. Does that make sense? Because when you look at the picture, what must the picture say to you? There is no way in hell she's going to get that Fanta. Does that make sense? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay? Are you guys beginning to get this? Okay. Are you guys beginning to get this? Now, I'm going to take it one step further, and I hope I don't complicate this for you. What's Ntando's flaw? What is it that she has to defeat within herself before she's able to defeat Lovers? Self-doubt. Self-doubt, good. Self-doubt, good. Say that again. Fear is good, but more often than not, you have to define fear. You have to be specific about what kind of fear, right? But I'll accept it for now. Okay? Yes. So the challenge then, when I asked you guys what she has to overcome, as soon as it's a sentence, it'll confuse you. Must just be one word. Must just be one word. Anxiety, possibly? Self? Not sure. Gosh, I don't want to complicate this, but I'll leave desperation aside. Let's work with what we have. What do we have? Self-doubt. We've got fear, we've got anxiety. What else do we have? No, clumsy is a practical and a physical thing. That's not a flaw. Yeah. Well, self-hate. Self-hate could possibly be a flaw. Let's take self-doubt. Let's work with self-doubt, right? Because self-doubt falls into the realm of being a theme. Does that make sense? Okay? Now listen very carefully. Listen very carefully. Now I have to phrase this. This is one of the harder things to do. So we now know our story. We know our plot. Does that make sense? Right? We know our characters. We know everything. Now we have to derive our story's meaning. Do you guys understand what that is? Do you guys understand what that is? Most often than not, when a writer writes a story, they're trying to convey a message. So everything that you're watching on screen, right, is to relay something that is underneath it, that is to relay its fundamental meaning. I hope you guys, I hope I'm not confusing you with that. Okay. So you go to a movie house, no? You watch a film, and then you come back, and you were very impressed by this film, you're very captivated by it, right? Loiso's your friend, he's waiting for you somewhere. Oh, you watched this film, what was it about? Right? What was it about? What are you going to tell me? Right? So your first instinct, right, is, hey, it was about this girl that was hypoglycemic and she needed to get this drink. Does that make sense? Right? And I'm going to continue asking, but what was it about? But what was it about? So I'm asking you, what was it essentially about? I don't want the plot. Does that make sense? And then when you begin to understand what I'm asking, you might go, oh, okay, Lois, so I get it. It was about a girl that had self-doubt. Then I go, oh my goodness, that's interesting. Right? What about this girl that had self-doubt? She had to overcome it in order to live. Right? Overcoming self-doubt saves life. Can you see that's the foundational meaning of this entire thing? Does that make sense? So your plot, what you're describing to me, a girl with hypoglycemia, that's the plot, that's what I'm seeing. I'm asking for what I don't immediately see. In fact, self-doubt is not as prevalent on screen than you knowing what her condition is, you knowing that there's the Fanta. Does that make sense? It's not in front of you, right? So even when I ask you, when I keep asking you what it's about, can you see I'm making you think deeper? What is it about? It's about a girl. What is it about? You have to think, oh, it's about self-doubt. Does that make sense? Right? It's a film about overcoming self-doubt. Does that make sense? Right? So the reason that, 5 minutes, okay. The reason that meaning is so difficult to understand, guys, right? Meaning is the most important thing, okay? When you drive by a beautiful house that you admire, okay, what's the most important thing of that house? Pardon? The price? No. The location? No. The look? No. Come on, guys. When you drive past a beautiful house, what is the most important thing about that house? The foundation. The foundation. Because without the foundation, it doesn't matter how beautiful it is, it doesn't matter where it's located, it will not stand. Does that make sense? So the foundation is the most important thing. And what's the nature of the foundation when you look at it in a house? You don't see it. The meaning of your story is exactly the same thing. It's the one thing that you don't see. But without it, your story won't stand. Does that make sense? Okay. I think I've said enough. All right, guys, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Makoma. We'll now open for questions. Okay, we'll take some questions now. Questions, comments? A lot is happening. Have one.
Not to waste your time, this question is more of a, I don't want to say personal, but just to Ubutlois. Are you related to Gregory by any chance? Oh my God.
Let me answer the question this way. Anyone that carries the surname Makoma is related, because we all can trace our ancestry back to a common ancestor. Greg is my cousin, I love him, I think he does beautiful work, and I think he was here recently.
Yeah, he did perform, yeah.
Yes, we are related.
This one there.
So I don't know if my question would be dumb. It would be related to what you were mentioning about how the antagonist also then wants the Fanta. Now, wouldn't it be another storyline? Because you said if they're not looking for the same goal, it's not a story. Wouldn't it be a story if, let's say, the antagonist simply just wanted to stop her, but not because of the Fanta, because of other ulterior motives?
It has to
Is there a reason?
Look, I mean, there can be many reasons.
Yeah.
Right? But that's your challenge to work it out. So, for instance, the reason that he could be wanting to stop her, to get the Fanta for himself. Can you see, as soon as you ask these questions, the beauty about it is that you have to, you constantly have to find new answers that develops your story further. Does that make sense? Okay? Because a villain wants the Fanta for villainous reasons, not for good reasons. Does that make sense? Right? Because he knows if he gets his hands on the Fanta, then maybe he controls this domain. Then he can charge people for them to save their lives, which means that he benefits unscrupulously. Does that make sense? So can you see these questions forced you to think further? They forced you to think further. Have I answered your question? Okay.
Sensor, thank you so
Can
much.
we
As a
please pass the
producer,
mic?
as a producer, do you look for the actors and the actresses that you want?
As a producer, do I look? Yes, right? But there is a difference between film and television. Because in television, we can look for the people that we want, but ultimately the broadcaster makes the final decision. Does that make sense? Whereas in a film, I think, Siva, you can agree, you probably got more room to get the person that you want. Right.
This one wants a particular book that is hidden somewhere.
Yes.
It's evidence that Uganda can use to get her brother out of jail.
Yes.
This one wants that same book to make sure that it's never discovered who the real perpetrator is.
Yes.
Her brother is wrongfully incarcerated.
Yes. Yes. So that's such an important thing, because I said also earlier, make me care, right? If these are the two scenarios, and I want you guys to tell me in which one you care more. Ndando wants the antidote for herself, number one. Number two, she wants the antidote for her ailing grandmother. Which one do you guys think is more interesting? So what I've come to realize, this is such a good point in story. As soon as the protagonist is fighting for something else, for some reason we care more. Does that make sense? Yeah, because because she can't save a person that she loves. And that really takes us emotionally as well. Okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Lenny, Sivu, you showed us a formative script, right? I think you're also a writer for a documentary, right? Nopotlo, so when's the show? Is there a different format for a show and a documentary?
Yes, absolutely. Personally, for me, because I'm more passionate about documentaries, I'm passionate about the message behind. So everything that we write, produce, or anything that we do, it revolves around the message. So even if we were to create TV content, for example, I'd probably create documentary reality TV, because that's actually what I'm mostly interested. So the writing is totally different. If you're writing for TV, you have different elements to think about. You have different people, different styles, your audience, and what the essence of everything is. But there are somewhat some similarities, like Kuloisa was saying. It's all about making the audience care. Why is it that you want the audience to watch the content? That's the main priority. And both with documentaries is that you want the audience to care. That's why you're making these docus. You want them to follow up on what you actually are writing about. Yeah. Don't know if you want to add about the team.
Okay, thank you. My question is also for Sivu. We see Guti, you have 11 writers for the story. And now my question is, who does the story belong to? To the 11 writers? I mean, if the script win an award after award, best written script, who goes and collects the award?
I'm the producer. The thing is, the story belongs to all that wrote it. It's as pure as that, you know. You winning the story depending on who commissioned the writers, because in this instant, we have 12 writers only because they became part of a program that they had to write a script, right? So therefore, obviously, it belongs to us as a production company, but we credit them because they had initially wrote the story. But I, as the producer, I am the one who came up with the concept. All right, the concept is mine, and I commissioned the writers to write this, to make the concept come alive, to develop the concept, to make the characters come alive, to make us be able to do a 30-minute film. So you credit them. If they win, they're all winning. You know what I mean? That's like the producer. Sorry. You know what? If, let's say, for example, I'm the producer, right? And I'm looking for a script. I'm going to go out there and hunt for a script. And we've got 10 writers, and they all submit a script to me as a production company, for example, and I'm saying, oh, you're going to get X amount of money, right? And so I will read all the scripts, pick the one that is relevant and the one that's really good. Therefore, I'm going to work with that writer. Right? Maybe I'll have some pointers as to what they should add or what they should change. But initially, that's the writer's story. It belongs to them. I cannot own the rights to it, but I can be part of that particular production to bring it alive.